Good morning and welcome to this workshop of the Manifest Genius project financed by the General Directorate. For us, it's a pleasure and a luxury to have you here with us and to host our partners, with CEDRE, the coordinators of the project, our friends of CETMAR, our Portuguese friends with the ITS, the Belgium friends. It's wonderful to have you here. And also we have with us representatives of different organizations and agencies that are very relevant in Spain and other countries as far as preparedness and fight against incidental pollution. Marine pollution has consolidated throughout the years as a strategic action for CETMAR, but also it is part of the strategic agenda of a technological platform that we coordinate for the protection of the coast and the marine environment. You know it perfectly because you have actively participated in its creation. Stefan is going to talk about the general lines of the project, but first I would like to tell you that the project is in line with the DNA of this center, which is giving value to knowledge, technology, and facilitating the transfer and implementation of these results by the different organizations involved in the fight against pollution. So today we are going to talk about different tools that have been developed, and we believe they are very useful. And we also want to share with you the philosophy of a network that we have been creating for many years in collaboration with these organizations, with the aim of developing tangible results that can be used by the different competent authorities. Before I give the floor to Stefan, I would like to tell you about how this workshop is going to work. After a general presentation of the project, we will have with us Sergio Alda with EMSA, who will give his speech, and then we will have two parts associated to two different topics, and then we will have some time for questions and feedback from attendees. Also, those of you who are online can participate, and then during the third part we will have some time to share your comments and your feedback. So I'm going to give the floor to our coordinator, Stefan. The floor is yours whenever you're ready. Thank you very much, Marisa.
Because I know only this word, so apologize for that. Okay. So I will speak in French. I will try to speak in English. Sorry. Okay, first of all, as Marisa said, we work with CETMAR and also TECMAR with this part of Spain since a long time now. We are lucky because we have done together several projects, research projects, but always dedicated to the maritime traffic, the security, and for CEDRE it's very important because we are working a lot on oil spill, but now on HNS spill and also on marine litters with you. So today we will give you an overview of the last project. It's Manifest Genius. And we decided to work on this topic because we have this new shipping context on the world. It means that we have a bit more than 90,000 different types of vessels at sea. We can say I don't know if it's the true or not, but the people, they said that we have almost 80% of world goods transported by shipping all the year. So what it means that we have a significant increase in the maritime traffic, which inevitably means an increase in the risk of collision, accident, release of oil, HNS, because you have a lot of cargo, and not only that point, because now we have this new regulation from IMO, which this regulation is dedicated to reduce the greenhouse gas emission trajectory for, we said that normally we will reach the net zero GHS emission in a bit less than 30 years. So what we can observe at sea, new types of fuels. It's ULSFO, VLSFO. It means fuels with a low content of sulfur, but so it means new products that we are not well prepared to recover at sea if there is an accident. And we start to have also something like biofuels. It means that you take some oil, you mix with vegetable oil, and at the end you have like something like a biofuels, but I'm pretty sure that you will speak more in details about that. And at the end, we have also this new energy. It means methanol, ammonia. And clearly, in France, that is the French Navy who is in charge of the response at sea. They are responsible for the all operation, not only for the safety on the men, the crew of the ship, but also they are in charge of the response. And for that, they need to know how methanol or ammonia will behave in the environment. What are the associated risks? And for that, we decided to build this manifest project. And Laura, she will give more information in the afternoon about that due to the part 2 and part 3 of this work. Okay. So in order to be well prepared, we need to improve existing tools and perhaps to develop new ones. So what means for us existing tools? At the beginning, we decided to work on a toolbox. In this toolbox, you can have some information, how to find chemical and physical data on specific products. For example, what is ammonia? What are the main characteristics of this product? Is it possible with this information to predict their behavior in the environment? And if it's possible, we need to improve our modeling tools. And this afternoon also, we have Ludovic Lepers from Airbins. He will give more words concerning the modeling that we have done in this project. It means also associated risk for responders, the population, on which type of equipment we can use in order to respond to this release. That is a toolbox. So you have plenty of different tools available. Yes, I changed the fish. I put a new one. In fact, currently, the difficulty for us, not only for the French Navy, but also for the people at CEDR, is to know which tool is well adapted to answer to the question concerning the solution. So we have plenty of different chemical databases. Which one is the best for our objective? That is always difficult to answer this question. And we have exactly the same question about modeling. We have different types of models on the table. We have different possibilities to perform exercise, a list of different sets of exercise and different type of training. So it's very difficult when you have an emergency context to know which tool can be used in order to answer. So that is, in fact, the beginning of Manifest. That is the beginning of our story with Marisa, with CETMAR, TECMAR, Galicia. We had several projects, and following that, we started to develop the Manifest project. But perhaps now it's time for Ramiro to say more words concerning this part.
Okay. So, good morning. So we have
No.
So we have done the projects that are there. Other people did other projects identical. Knowledge has been developed, and there is a lot of information. And now we are a bit like these guys who produced this image. This is for meteorology, and it is the windy site. And if you go there, you have information about everything, about the rain, about the wind, the temperature, about the waves.
Excuse me, Ramiro. If you want to speak in Spanish, you can. I have the translation.
Okay.
It's your,
Okay, so I will not speak in Spanish because I will speak in Portuñol. Okay.
That is not the same.
No.
Okay.
Is a Spanish improved.
Apologize.
Ok, então teremos aqui exemplo de
We have here an example of a evolution similar to ours. We have a site with all the information on meteorology, with the clouds, temperature, wind. Here we have a series of models of the European Center. So we have people who knows everything about every single drop of water that falls. And many people are not interested about this, but for most of people what matters is this. With all this information, people want to know if they need to carry a coat or if they need to carry an umbrella or a hat, and others with the same information decide if they are wearing a coat and also an umbrella. So we are like the meteorologists that are producing detailed information that may not be necessary for everyone, but what we want to know is your opinion about what you need. So throughout the day, we're going to listen to different people explaining about the details of what they've been doing, and I think it's going to be very interesting for all of us, and also it's necessary to get specific information. And we are going to give you examples of things that have been done before. There's going to be a presentation with case studies, different scenarios, and you can replicate them and create your own scenarios, comparing them with what has been done by others. So this is a way of giving information and exchanging it. And we're going to ask you later, what would you like to have? Because probably the information, detailed information, is not interesting for some of you, and maybe this information is enough about what to do and know why you need to do it. So that's my approach for today.
I have a good translation, Ramiro. Thanks. Muchas gracias, Ramiro. Obrigado, sorry. Okay, so we will continue. That is, thanks a lot for this introduction. That is very important for us to have this type of day in order to discuss with you, to get your feedback. And at the end, we want also to show you what we have done, and we want to know if it's useful or not, if you will be able to use it or not, what is missing, what can be improved. So feel free to say exactly what you want. We will take everything. We will return at home. Marissa will stay here, but we will return to France, and we will work on that with all your comments in order to improve. Okay? So quickly, I will give you a short overview of this project. In fact, Manifest Genius started 4 years ago, because at the beginning we worked on Manifest. In fact, we decided to put in place this project because we wanted to put at the same place somewhere on the web relevant information for responders. We decided for the responders to have only one website, and on this website to have access to different information. And now I just want to show you which type of information you can have access. So at the beginning, said we are really involved in oil spill response, so we know, I'm not sure, I'm sure that we don't know everything we can learn each day, but we start to better understand what it's possible to do with an oil slick at the sea surface. So we work with booms, skimmers, sorbent, everything. But when we start to speak about HNS, it's more complex. And we have not only one answer, we have several answers, several different options, what is possible to do, different response techniques. And why we have that? It's due to the reactivity of HNS, of the chemicals. We have some compounds evaporate, those are dissolved, some of them react with waters. So different types of HNS means different types of behavior in the marine environment, means different type of response. You must adapt the response to the chemical released. So for this reason, we started to work on this project manifest. And manifest in few words, what means it's first we decided to work on some chemicals to better understand how they behave in the marine environment, because you can find a lot of chemical database on chemicals, but you will never find easily the solubility of this chemical in salt water. You have a lot of information for fresh water, but not for marine environment. So the first step, it was to start to work on some big movers. We call that big movers. It means a cargo, which you can find a lot at sea. And we decided to better understand their dissolution in the marine environment, how this product will behave. And with the help of LoRa and airbeams, we started to define a specific chemical database. We work also on the desktop study on field trials. What it means, it's in fact, we decided also to perform some experiment directly in the marine environment to be sure that the product will behave as it was predicted by the modeling tools. On the modeling part, we started to work with an operational models, but Ludovic will say more about that after. It's OSERIT. These models, it's operational for the North Sea Channel, French Channel, and also part of Bay of Biscay. If there is a release of oil, they use this software. On airbeams, they decided to adapt this software to chemicals. And now they can predict how a chemical will behave in this marine environment. So we take different type of information, also a lot of work done by Marisa and also Garbi concerning the knowledge tools, the video, and we put everything on this website. And now we can speak about a decision support system, but there is a lot of discussion about that. Pedro and Ramiro, they are not always agree with us. It's perhaps not a decision support system, perhaps it's only a toolbox. But you have different types of tools fully available on the web, free. You don't need to pay for that. It's completely free. And that is a very big point, because if you start to speak about modeling, a software, you must buy it. And after, if you want to have the opportunity to use it during several years, you must pay again. And you have a new version, and you need to train the people, so at the end, it can be expensive. With us, it's free. Okay. And also, it's not only a question of software, it's also a question of advice and expertise. because you have someone behind the chemical database and the software. So if you look for information on the chemical database, it's free. You don't need to pay. You find some information. You are not agree with this information, it's easy. You just send an email to the people who put this information on the database, and you can start to discuss. So it's not only a tool, it's also an expertise. You will have an expert behind this tool, and you can discuss with him. So if you are not agree, just send an email, and start to discuss with us, and we will improve the response. You see what is the way of thinking of Manifest? It's completely free. So we have this tool, modeling, COP tool, operational tool for Galicia. You already use it. Manifest Mariner database. You have a lot of documents now in it. The HNS database. We also developed with Laurent Prin from the University of Alès a specific serious game. Really easy to use, and you can teach to people what means HNS, what is possible to do. I'm sorry. So in fact, you have all this tool directly available on this link. But we are not fully satisfied with the first project, so we decided to go for the Manifest Genius, and we are close to the end of this second project. And why we were not so satisfied, it's because it's due to the evolution in the maritime traffic. First, we have the new fuels, ammonia, methanol, so we decided to put new information concerning these two products. And also, we want that all operational can use, if they want, this tool. So we decided to communicate a bit more about this project. And Laura has done a good job with ELCOM, with the RIMPEC, just to explain what is Manifest, and all stakeholders involved in the response at sea. They have now this information, and they can use it if they want. So I think that I take perhaps a bit too much time. No, it's okay.
Very good.
Oh, merci,
Surprise
Marisa. Thanks a lot, Marisa. Muchas gracias. So I think that we will have all the day in order to discuss. We will show you different tools. We are fully open to receive your comments. So feel free to say what you want. We will very be happy to be in the discussion. You can say in Spanish to Marisa. You can say in French to Laura or me, and in Portuguese to Ramiro. So merci beaucoup, and have a nice day.
Thank you. Muy bien, pues ahora tenemos el placer de contar con Sergio Alda, de la Agencia Europea de Seguridad Marítima, de EMSA.
I have the pleasure to have Sergio Alba from Maritime Defense coming from Lisbon, and he's going to provide a presentation on all these different challenges posed by the alternative fuels. Thank you and good morning to all of you. It's such a pleasure to be here in Vigo. Well, I've been living here in this city for 3 years, and I have so many good memories. I worked not far from here in the maritime area, and I came to this area.
Speakers, my name is Sergio Alda, and I work in the European Maritime Safety Agency. This is an agency that is based in Lisbon. We are 300 people working in there, more than 20 years already working in the maritime safety aspects, but we have been working a lot in sustainability issues in recent years, which is becoming a very important subject. So thank you again for inviting us, EMSA, to be represented in this important event. Thank you to CETMAR, CEDRE, all the partners for this important project. Yesterday we were having dinner, having some exchanges, and we said that one important thing is to disseminate knowledge, best practices. This is what it's all about. We are facing new challenges because what is going to happen in the industry in coming years, big changes that are happening as we speak. So I will go to this presentation that I have prepared for you on a number of studies that we have developed. I think it's ready? Or,
Yes, it's ready. You can pass it there.
No, it's in another. I think it's stand out.
Okay, no. Yes.
So as I was saying, while Marisa works on the presentation that is in another file, we have a new regulatory framework that is driving really a transition in maritime shipping in the sector that will drive the decarbonization of ships. Okay. There we go. So, challenges from alternative fuels. This is what is going to happen in coming years. But first, I would like to set a bit the scene, what is happening, why are we having this transition for the decarbonization. We have a new regulatory framework in Europe, clear targets. For a start, we are going to become the first climate neutral continent by 2050. And we have some immediate targets. We have to reduce greenhouse gases by 55% in 2030 compared to 1990 levels. To be honest, this is a target that we have recent data and we are about to comply with. So this is very positive news. We are in good track to reducing greenhouse gases by 2030. For maritime, we have two very relevant regulations that have started very recently. From a start, shipping companies will have to surrender the allowances for the CO2 emissions starting from this year. So they have to monitor their CO2 emissions on a yearly basis on the ships in their fleet, and they have to surrender allowances. An allowance is around 100 euros per ton of CO2 as current prices. This is one important regulation, which is actually driving energy efficiency on ships. It's trying to improve the energy efficiency on ships. But this alone is not going to drive the change. There is a need to have another regulatory framework, which is what we call the FuelEU Maritime Regulation that has started being applied from this year. With this regulation, ships also will have to reduce the greenhouse gas intensity of the energy used on board, which means, in other words, that ships will have to use fuels which will have a better greenhouse gas footprint on a well-to-wake basis. This is actually what will be driving the transition to the fuels that you were describing this morning. This is the first year, as I was mentioning, and there are clear targets which are gradually being introduced every 5 years up to 2050, when there will be a reduction of 80% from the initial base. This is at European level, and this is keeping us very busy in the European maritime safety to support shipping companies and ship to prepare for these changes. At international level, there are also important developments. There has been approval of the IMO Net Zero Framework at the last MEPC committee this year. This framework still has to be adopted, so there is probably will be a vote in an extraordinary session in October this year. And there are still a number of things that will have to be further defined in this framework. So only in April next year, we will know exactly what is the level of ambition of this international framework. But it goes along the same line as the FuelEU Maritime in the international context. There is a direct compliance target for ships, again, to have a greenhouse gas intensity of the energy used on board. And if ships are above, they will have to pay remedial units. The more above they are, the more remedial units they will have to pay. And if they are below, they can generate surpluses that can be used or can be transferred for the compliance of other ships or to be banked for the actual compliance of the ships. The slide is complex. There are a lot of information. What is relevant is that at the very bottom, there is definition of what a synthetic fuel or what a zero or near zero fuel will be, which is fuels with a greenhouse gas performance of down to 19 grams of CO2 equivalent per megajoule. Because of this definition and how will be the gradual reduction towards 2050, the different fuel alternatives are going to be organized accordingly to this reduction. So in the upper part, you will have the traditional fossil fuels, the fuels that maritime has been using since the Second World War, but recently more distillates. Under the base target, you will have the LNGs and other similar kind of fuels. And at the bottom, as I mentioned before, you will have the synthetics, renewable ammonia, hydrogen, and the biofuels. It will be very much dependent on what are the financial rewards that will be applied at IMO to determine exactly what are the fuels that are going to be promoted under this scheme. So we still need to wait for the further definition. And another aspect is the sustainability criteria. We have biofuels, but not all the biofuels are fit for purpose because there is a need to look into the sustainability criteria. There are fuels which are prohibited in Europe, which are biofuels coming from food and feed crops, which are not allowed, but maybe under this scheme, depending on the discussions. I don't know if I am going too quick for the translators, but if not, if I am, please give me a signal and I will slow down. So that was the scene, the scenario for the coming years in terms of regulatory framework. What is the actual situation in the fleet globally? You mentioned this morning around 90,000 ships internationally, commercially trading, but very few amounts are already running on alternatives. We look into numbers of ships, it's less than 1% that are actually using alternatives, and by alternative, I mean, for example, using LNG. So this is very minor still. The penetration rates are very, very small. This does not mean that we need to get ready for when these fuels will be in operation. But if we look into the order book, by 2033, probably the situation will change and you will have almost 20% of the fleet in numbers, not in gross tonnage, that may be using alternatives, which is already a transition. Less than what we were expecting to be, but clearly the shipping industry is working on a transition for the decarbonization. So this is happening. What are the ships that are being built at the moment? Most of them are LNG-ready ships. We have around 600, 700 LNG fuel ships, and another almost 700 which are on order in the order book that will be delivered in the coming years. So this is the majority of the alternatives that we are seeing. Fossil fuel, LNG is still a fossil fuel, of course, but then we will speak into the alternatives that could be, from the greenhouse gases point of view, sustainable. We have also many ships running on methanol on order, almost 400 on order methanol ships, 43 only in operation. A significant amount of them are container ships. Those are the ones that are investing on these alternatives. And these are the trends that we are having, methanol and LNG for the time being. Ammonia, there are no commercially trading ammonia ships at the moment. The engines are still in the making. There were some manufacturers that were telling that they will deliver ammonia, highly pressurized ammonia engines in recent years, but still they are still not in the market, but they will be at one point. There has been only one demonstration project in Singapore where they managed to do the safe bunkering of ammonia on one ship in Singapore, but that's all for the time being. There is no more real experience. It's a commodity, widely traded in the world, but not used as fuel. Hydrogen is far from being a reality. There are 3 ships in Europe that are using hydrogen, but not full hydrogen as, you know, being using hydrogen alone, but is a mix in the fuel. And this is all that we have. We will speak about the challenges of hydrogen that are significant in a moment. We have a lot of ships which are running on batteries. That is growing substantially, 900 and many more to come in coming years, which is posing other kind of challenges in terms of safety. There has been several incidents on board of RoPax ships already with, for example, vehicles, electrical vehicles, but with the more use of batteries, this could be a challenge in the future. Most of these battery ships are hybrid solutions. 20% are plug-in and another 20% are fully electric. Most of them are hybrid battery ships, but it's growing in number. With this picture or this amount of information, we know in EMSA that there is a challenge for operators, for the industry, for regulators, for associations to work with the new alternatives. So likewise, you have been doing with this project, we have been trying to fill the gaps in terms of knowledge, to disseminate knowledge to third parties. And we have been working on a series of studies on the different alternatives. We started with the biofuels, ammonia, hydrogen. We produced a study on synthetics. We have studied even nuclear propulsion, and we are working on other alternatives like carbon capture, etc. That was the initial set of studies we did, looking into the sustainability, suitability, availability of all these products, doing a regulatory gap analysis, and also a preliminary hazard identification that we did on the use of these fuels that provided a set of recommendations, safety recommendations. On the basis of these recommendations, we have gone deeply in some of these alternatives. And last year, we released a study mapping all the hazards and risks of the use of hydrogen. And we are working on a similar one for ammonia that will be released at the end of this month. And another set of similar studies, all these are publicly available, and I mean, people can benefit from them. The first work we did was in relation to biofuels, which is the easiest or ready-to-use alternative for ships. Biofuels provide a rapid solution because of their drop-in characteristics. There is no need to make substantial modifications in the engines, in the fuel lines on board the ships. So therefore, biofuels present already an immediate solution. We have the biomethane, which for those investing on LNG ships could be a path when they will have to go for the more sustainable options. We also have the alcohols, the biomethanol, that could also be a solution. The challenge with biofuels is that there is a great variety. We have the biodiesels, the gaseous biofuels, equivalent to residuals. Not all of them are suitable for the maritime for different reasons, for the availability, for the price that they will entail. But we identify a few that will be very, very relevant for maritime, that we think that will be really the alternatives for shipping. Essentially, we identified the biomethanol, the biomethane, DME also as a good alternative, and FT diesel as well could be very promising biofuels altogether. We went deeper into this, and we released in December a guidance on the safe bunkering of biofuels. that provides also safety recommendations to deal with the operation of bunkering. The energy density of these biofuels are typically slightly lower than the conventional fuel that they are about to substitute. So therefore, there will be more bunkering operations. There will be an increase of bunkering operations. That's why working on bunkering was very relevant for us. In terms of the hazards identified with these biofuels, for the diesels, very little. There are no substantial challenges. In the case of the DME, what is relevant is to avoid potential thermal expansions or overloading. This depends very much on the tanks that are on board the ships and the state at which the fuel is being loaded on board. But those are the only recommendations. In the case of biomethanol, there could be some flammable vapors which may be released in the pressure relief valves, but also it is possible to deal with these challenges. It's just to have an idea of what are the areas that will require some attention by the crews operating the bunkering barges. Ammonia. Ammonia is a completely different animal in this room. It has substantial toxicity challenges, we know that, and that will require a lot of completely isolated fuel lines and systems in order to avoid any releases of ammonia. In very small quantities, it already causes very serious problems to the crews and to other personnel which are around. It's a carbon-free fuel, so if it's produced from renewable electricity and renewable hydrogen, it could really provide an alternative because also in terms of energy density is almost similar to diesel, and that provides an alternative. It's only the toxicity part that is very challenging. There is the thing that you also need a pilot fuel. You cannot have ammonia in an engine like that. You still need a pilot fuel, a diesel, to start off the ammonia. And that, of course, will trigger some emissions at berth and in other places. And there is the issue of NOx formation and, most importantly, nitrous oxide, which is a very powerful greenhouse gas, 256 times more than CO2. So that is something that has to be looked carefully. Ammonia dissolves naturally in water, so if there are spills, a big amount of ammonia will naturally dissolve, but not completely. There is a part of ammonia which is the dangerous one, which is aqueous ammonia, and the amount that dissolves really much depends on the pH of the water and the temperature, and in order to accelerate dissolution in the water, maybe spraying a mild acid could help in those situations. It is more dangerous, apparently, to species in seawater than in fresh water, so that is also to be taken into account. And there is the possibility of a cloud formation, and I know that this is something that you are going to discuss during the workshop. There is the possibility of having a cloud formation, and that is a substantial risk in port areas and terminals. Because of this issue of the cloud formation, and I was mentioning this more in-depth study that we are going to release at the end of this month, and this is really news. We have developed some gas dispersion models to analyze various scenarios. One scenario is on a bunkering in a port from a ship-to-ship bunkering. A scenario that is the one that you have in the bottom with several control points in the port side of the ship, where the crews will be placed in the mid-sections, and we can see what is the evolution of the ammonia concentration over time in these different points. We have other scenarios, releases from a bent mast, accidental releases in the engine room. Again, this will be published, and a lot of more details you will find in this study. I thought that it will be relevant to present to you this slide that shows a bit what is the the time evolution of ammonia cloud and the dispersion in normal conditions in a terminal. It will take almost 20 seconds for the automatic shutting off to close any leak. So already by that time you will have concentrations which are very much about 1,000 ppms, which is already when you have serious problems. Of course, the crew on the port side of the ship will have to have personal protective equipment right away and breathing masks, otherwise they will not survive. From the 20 seconds, it takes about 7 minutes for the gas to disperse and to reach concentrations that are no longer harmful. So that is the time frame that is being analyzed in this scenario. And this is the real challenge with ammonia. Hydrogen is another alternative that is being pretty much on the table, but it's a quite challenging fuel to be used on board ships. Because of the energy density, you need to have it at cryogenic temperatures in liquefied form, and that will require a lot of energy on board to keep these very low temperatures. And hydrogen is the smallest molecule, so eventually it will leak. No matter what you do, it will eventually leak, and it has a huge flammability range. So these are really substantial challenges for hydrogen. It is so, the flammability range, that in any safety design, you have to consider that whenever you have equipment, a machinery or any equipment in any room where the hydrogen may leak, you need to consider that there is already an ignition source in there. So you have to design the system to avoid any leakages if there is the possibility for an explosion. A flammable atmosphere with hydrogen can start with concentrations as low as 14%. So already with very low concentrations of hydrogen, you will have a flammable atmosphere on board. So you will have to use very high quality components, really space technology, to have this on board. We have identified a number of components where there is more likelihood of having leakages, heat exchangers typically, compressors, pumps, filters. They will typically leak more easily than other components. One thing that is very relevant is that the traditional gas detectors are not suitable for purpose. They take simply too much time to detect any leakage. So that is something that, the industry will have to work on with standards and other more sophisticated detectors. So hydrogen is there as one of the possibilities, but really is not something for tomorrow. If it happens, it will happen more likely, probably towards 2050, and we will see if ever occurs on board ships. Crews. This is another very important part of the equation. The crews will have to be trained for additional skills to handle all these new alternatives, and that's why we also did another study, TrainAlter, that was published in December, where we analyzed the additional competencies of crews that will be required to handle these alternatives. And we are working, my colleague Victor Diaz, that you know, he's working on new studies for responding to the new threats, to the new alternatives. This is ongoing work, and it will take still some time to have any publication, but I am sure that you will become aware of this important work that is being conducted by my colleagues dealing with pollution response. One last slide from my side. The industry, the operators, they will need reassurance, they will need a clear regulatory framework, they will need a standard, they will need knowledge, like the one that you are disseminating, in order to take the decision for the investments. And that's why it's important to have, as I said again, guidance or guidelines on how to deal with the new fuels, And we, as EMSA, we contribute to that at IMO in the work that is being conducted to develop interim guidelines for the use of the new fuels. The guidelines for ammonia were completed last year, and this year we are going to work at the CCC subcommittee to complete the guidelines for the use of hydrogen as fuel. And this work will continue over the years with the cooperation of other experts, of course, and all parties from all the IMO parties represented at IMO. And that was all that I have for you today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias, Sergio, de verdad, por este recorrido, ¿no?
For this magnificent presentation. Thank you very much for this great presentation. Especially, naming all these different alternative fuels, all these big challenges we have ahead of us, and the different ways to act. And this gives us a great context to present the project and see in which way we can keep on developing knowledge in order to fill in the gaps. Thank you very much to you. So let's jump on to the first section.
Just some. Before starting part one of the workshop, just a reminder of the objective. The idea here is to, as Stefan said, present the manifest and manifest genius tools using practical cases studies. The idea is also to assess the different potential uses of this tool during crisis management and to convince you to promote these tools to your experts. So you will see that we have selected some incident scenario, but these events were chosen to better meet the workshop's objectives, so it might be not necessarily reflect real-life situations, so not 100% realistic scenario, so please be aware of this. And so now this is part one, from chemical expertise to risk assessment, and Ludovic and Laurent. So Laurent will introduce the incident scenario, and Ludovic will go through, just to give you an overview of the website of the Manifest Genius project, the platform, and you will be able to go on the website using your smartphone if you want, regarding the toolbox we have developed. And then he will introduce the prediction model with some theory first, to explain how it works and what are the outputs of the model. And then he will run the model through practical case study. Okay, so now, Ludovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Laura. So, first, as Laura said, I will try to explain you a bit what are the tools that are available on the Manifest website. So, as Laura said, we have a very nice website that you can access if you want by looking at this QR code with your mobile phone. So don't hesitate if you have one and that you are interested, because then we'll do a very, very short practical exercise just afterward, but I will show the QR code again. So as you can see, we have a toolbox with a lot of tools. For me, I will go at this workshop to the HNS database and the modeling app registration tools. The HNS database, as you will see, will be accessible for anyone without any logging, so you will be able to access it with your mobile phone. And for the other model, I will explain more in details about that just after. But first, as Laura explained, to give practical use case of these tools, Laurent will show you the practical scenario.
So, hello everybody. And the first scenario I present concerns an accident on the ammonia ship. So today we are the 4th of June, and at 10 o'clock we are in the port of Le Havre. And the gas tanker called the Gas Atlas is flowing inside the port, and he just having a discharge and drain of the refrigerated ammonia. And the boat was navigating inside the channel, and in a narrow passage it collided a submerged rock, and it caused significant damage, which involved a future accident. So the crew declared the emergency, and to have the authorities and to have the response of the authorities, and the crew was successfully evacuated. And just before the situation, there is many minor injuries inside the boat. So they are after the impact on the different vessel transporting ammonia. So the next slide explains the situation. You have the boat inside the port. You are in the worst condition, and there is an involving the rupture and an ammonia leakage into the port. The crew is not involved. The boat is docked at the port, and we suspected a toxic chemical inside the ship. So for the first part, we will present the chemical expertise and the scenarios. Maybe you have to present the database.
Yes, before showing you the database itself, I will quickly explain where the database is coming from. So this database has been developed during the first manifest project, but basically it took all the data that was in the Mid-Strokes database coming from REMPECT and from the HNSMS database to create a new database that combine all the information in the same place. This database can be seen on smartphone. It has more than 600 HNS entries, and it's not only just a fusion of the two previous databases. You have a lot more information that is now available inside it for some of the chemical. For instance, you have the toxicity information. You also have some fire and explosion parameters. And as Stefan said earlier, something that is very important that is in this database is that chemists at CEDR were able to measure properties of the chemical with salt water, and that is very important because for most of the chemical property that you get for chemical, you have this value at I would say in water, where here you have the value for salt water. So some chemicals sometimes can be very different. So that's very important to keep in mind. Now, if you want to access the database again, I just show you the QR code. I'll let you 1 minute if anyone wants to, or a very small minute if anyone wants to scan it. Then I will show you now the website. So if I go here, we are on the manifest website. So that's where the QR code leads you. So you can just access this website. And as I showed you earlier, you have a tools list there. And we'll go through the HNS database because as Laurent explained, we have a scenario in which we have a tanker that is carrying ammonia, and we want to know what are the properties of ammonia. So I click on the HNS database. You see that we have a lot of entry, and we have thousands of rows, and hundreds of pages. So of course we will need to do a search. So I'm looking for ammonia. So I start to type ammonia, and you can see that I have very quickly an entry. So basically you see here a lot of information. For instance, we can see something very interesting that was discussed a little bit before, is that it's a dissolver that evaporates. So that gives us already some insight into this chemical. If I continue to go down, I have other information. For instance, here I have a lot of chemical, physical-chemical properties. For instance, I see that it boils at minus 33 degrees. So other stuff, I can see that it has some ecotoxicity, and that it has some hazard regarding, for instance, it's corrosive, it's toxic, and it's an environmental hazard. So it's not something, it's something that must be taken care of in case of a leak. Now, if I go back to the presentation, that I want, I think, Laurent, you can present the
next.
The next scenario. Yeah.
So, as Ludovic explained, the ammonia is stored as a refrigerated product. So at ambient pressure, the temperature of ammonia is minus 33 Celsius degree. It's different as LNG. It's not different as LNG, but the temperature, the fact that the pressure is close to 1 bar, it's ambient pressure. The wall of the vessel is thickness, so it's not important to have a huge structure to maintain the product inside the vessel. So in this case, we have to maintain the temperature at minus 33 to maintain the ammonia as a liquid phase. In the case of the accident, the ship have a problem on the refrigeration system, is damaged, and the fact that we cannot be able to maintain the temperature at minus 33, the temperature increase inside the vessel, involving an increase of the pressure. So after a certain minute, you have a rupture inside the tank, and you have a leak and the gas cloud formation involving a gas cloud outside the boat. So the gas is flowing inside the inner hull that maintain the refrigeration condition. And after, you have a big cloud outside of the boat, probably an ignition source coming from a hot point on the boat or other hazard. And this ignition may involve with a huge explosion. And now the objective is to evaluate with an explosion model based on the TNT approach the impact on the different parts of the city and the port and the harbor, and to evaluate the consequences of the explosion. So I will let the floor to Ludovic.
Yeah, thank you, Laurent. Just as Laurent explained, here we want to model what would be the impact of this of a potential explosion. First, I will go quickly to a little bit of theory about explosion. So here, in this case, the explosion is a burning of the ammonia. So the ammonia will burn with oxygen in the air by that will mix inside of the gas cloud of ammonia and air. But this combustion can happen very, very quickly. And when you have a very quick combustion, you will get an explosion. One of the danger of the explosion is the shock wave. So basically, because you release a lot of energy, you will have a shock wave, so an overpressure that will travel through the air. this overpressure that you can see, for instance, on the right side of the screen, can be very dangerous to people and buildings. So the principle of the model, the goal of this model, is to estimate how strong will be this shock wave depending on where you are from the explosion of the center of the explosion. How do we do that? We simply look at the amount of chemical that is inside of the gas cloud, and then we look at the energy that is released, and we look how much TNT is needed to make the same explosion, and then that allows us, thanks to some empirical formula, to get an idea of the overpressure to the distance. So the overpressure is given in bar, as you can see there, for instance, O.05 bar, but probably that doesn't tell you a lot because bar is pretty abstract way to represent a shock wave. So we also provide a way to understand. For instance, you see that with a O.02 bar of overpressure, which doesn't seem maybe to be a lot if you have a tire of a car or a bike. It's really not a lot, but because it's so sudden and comes so fast, it can break our windows. So in this case, it can hurt people because if they get some gas breakage, they can be injured. Then, as the overpressure increases when you get closer to the center of the explosion, of course, the danger increases to the impact on human and on structure impact. I will show you an example of the output of the explosion model that is able to do that. So this here you can see we make the simulation with the vessel location, and we have several overpressure radius. But the nice thing with this interface is that when I move the mouse inside of the radiuses, I get all I was explaining before on the screen. For instance, I see that in this area, the overpressure is such as there is a risk of indirect injury, as explained earlier, due to glass breakage. So we can see that maybe there is a bit of risk for some people in the city in this scenario. Then if we look closer to the explosion, here we are more inside of the harbor itself, we see there that there is a real risk of direct injury and also some destruction of structure. And then we can look closer and closer and see at some point that there, when you are very close to the center of the explosion, the model predicts 99% direct lethality. So being in this area is really dangerous. This model, so the explosion model, can be run worldwide, and it's very fast to run. It runs in a matter of seconds, so it takes more time. So you just need to fill in all the chemical properties are auto-loaded from the database, and so you just need to choose the chemical that explode, the quantity that explode, and where it explodes, basically. So that's for the explosion model. I can also give you a real example that we used this model some months ago because maybe you were aware that a vessel that was carrying ammonium nitrate had some difficulty in the English Channel and in the North Sea. And Coast Guard asked us what was the safe radius to stay from the vessel. And so what we did is that we run the model making the worst case, like if everything explodes on the vessel, all the ammonium nitrate at once, and we gave them, that's the worst, that if you get far down on this distance, you are safe. And so we gave them some distances thanks to this model. So we already use it from in an operational framework, as all the other model. So then another risk and other model that you can access is modeling of fire. So in this case, you have a slick at the water surface, and this slick is burning. How does it happen? Is that you need to have a fuel. So basically the slick is a fuel for the fire. It really depends on the kind of chemical, but a lot of chemical can burn. Oil can burn too, of course. And then you only need a small amount of energy, like for the explosion. You start the fire, and then the fire is able to maintain itself. And the fire releases also a lot of energy. That's why it maintains itself. But the issue that we have here is that this energy, of course, is then radiated as heat for the people and buildings that are around the fire. And the goal of this fire model is to predict the impact on people and building as a function of distance from the fire. So how do we do that? Basically, we use several parameters to get an idea of the flux of heat that people receive as a function of a distance. Again, here the fire model will give you an amount that is in kilowatt per square meter. So basically, it's an amount of energy per second per area. Maybe or probably it doesn't tell you a lot like that. So that's why, again, we have some tables that allow you to understand what we mean by that. So, for instance, we see that with a thermal flux of more than 3 kilowatts by square meter, we will start to get irreversible harm on human health. And of course, when we increase the flux, so when we get closer to the fire, we will also have bigger effects on human and on structure. Just here is effect on human without specialized protection equipment. An example here of the model output. So as you can see, here is exactly the same as the explosion interface. You will also have several ellipses, and you can look with your mouse of the flux and the impact on human and building. To run this model is also available everywhere, so you just need to go to the modeling app and choose one of the one location, a chemical, where it happens, and maybe if you want to be more to give some information about, for instance, the wind speed and the temperature. But it's pretty straightforward to use and allow you to have a quick result. So now we have another we have another tool that is there to help us understand what happened if the event occur in open sea. So here we are not in an harbor anymore. We are like on the open sea, and we have a discharge of chemical that reach the water. So here I will present the consequence model Osewitz. In this project, it is also available through the web interface of Manifest. But as Stefan explained, it's only available to run on the North Sea, the English Channel, and a little bit of around Brittany too. However, there is other models that are available and that our partner in the Manifest project have also worked on during the Manifest project, such as MOIT, for instance. So now, what is the challenge there? So we have a chemical that reaches the sea, and in this case, we have a lot of processes that are happening all at once. So we need to predict what will happen to understand how we can respond to that as in the best way possible. So how we do that is that here we focus more on short-term processes that happens on a matter of several days at most. We also because it's a model, can easily turn on and off some parameters, so that is very nice. Like for instance, we can say what will happen if this chemical only dissolve or only evaporate. It allows us to test scenario 2. And it is directly linked to the database, exactly as the fire and explosion model. So you can just select the chemical that interests you, and it will by itself already fill in all the chemical properties. So we represent the spill as many small particles that are all drifting independently from each other. I will now try to give you an understanding of how the particles behave at the water surface and in the water column. So first, the particles that are at the water surface are drifting if they are forming a slick. So you have, for instance, this is fairly common for oil, but it can also happen for some chemical. You have a slick at the surface, and this slick will drift depending on the current, the wave, and the wind. Then we have something that we call natural dispersion. That's due to the waves, for instance. We will have some particles that will be put underwater. As we imagine that as a form of droplets that are put underwater. Then, after some times, they can go back at the surface if they are buoyant, like for instance for oil is fairly common. But when they are underwater, they are again subjected to the drift that is due to the current and the waves, not the wind anymore, of course, because we are underwater. Then when we have a slick, the slick will spread horizontally depending on the viscosity of the chemical or oil that we have there. We also have a diffusion, so to represent the turbulence in the water, we have the particle that will either at the surface or in the water column be able to move a little bit randomly due to the diffusion. Now something else that can happen is the beaching. So basically, when you have some particle that reach the shore, they will be stuck at the floor. Of course, when you have a chemical that dissolves totally, like for instance ammonia, they will not beach because they will stay in the water, and so they will follow the tide and go back to the open sea. Then we have also some sedimentation. So again, for chemical and oil that stay that doesn't dissolve, they will be able to get stuck at the bottom. What we have also is that we can have buoyancy. So is in case you have an underwater release, you will have and that you have a chemical that is or oil that is lighter than water, it will go toward the surface. Now, something that was heavily worked on during the first manifest project is something that we call weathering. So basically, is that first you start by a bulk or fresh phase, and then that is very important for chemical and for HNS, is that this chemical will not stay as a raw chemical product. It will, for instance, for ammonia, dissolve and evaporate quickly. And so then we have the dissolution and the evaporation processes that are represented inside of the model. We also have the possibility for the dissolved chemical to volatilize and get into the air through volatilization. We also have the possibility to emulsify the chemical, and that is very important for oil, for instance. And also to degrade. So with the time, you can have some chemical that will start to degrade and disappear. So now that give you an almost full picture of everything that is included into this model. But we also have now a cloud that appear at the above the water that is possible to appear, either because we have a direct evaporation from the slick, or because we have some dissolved chemical that start to volatilize toward the atmosphere. And then this cloud will start to drift or to spread, and to spread. Basically, it does both. So that is all the theory that is behind this. I would say this model is fairly complex compared to the previous one, so you need a little bit of more time, like 5, 10, 15 minutes to have a simulation result when you request a simulation. But then it also gives you a lot of output. So here we'll use an incident scenario, so to use the tool. So in this case, we simulate the discharge of acrylonitrile in the English Channel. So as I said just before, the model is not able to simulate directly on the interface the Spain and Portugal, but we still choose to show you this model because it's still fully integrated in the manifest interface. So here we have an example of the output of the model. So with the release location of acrylonitrile, we release 4 cubic meters. I will just restart the GIF. So we see that we have blue particles. The blue particles are particles that are evaporated and that are moving through the air. So that's the first one I will focus on. And you see these particles are moving with the wind toward here toward the south, toward France. And we see on the other side that we have the pink particle that are particles that are dissolved near the sea surface, and that give us an idea of the concentration of the chemical in the water. That is very useful to see, because here we have an idea of how much of the chemical will dissolve and how much will evaporate. As we can see for the acrylonitrile, at first we have everything that's either dissolve or evaporate, and through time, a little bit that is dissolved will continue to evaporate through volatilization, as I explained a bit earlier. Now I will talk about a model that has been developed during the Manifest Genius project, and that is an underwater gas release model. So I start by showing you a small animation. Here, the idea is that you have an underwater release of a gas, and that this gas will go up in the water column. In this figure, you see that you have the depth on the y-axis, on the vertical axis. So you see that we start at 10 meters, and then on top of the figure you have the time, so it's real time more or less. And you have also the length on the other 2 axes. So we see that we have, in a matter of more or less 10 seconds, the time it takes for the gas to start from the bottom and to reach the water surface. So that another tools that will be available from the Manifest Genius. But what is needed to have to run a simulation with this model? That I will explain you that just after now, and then I will explain you a bit how it works, and to show you a scenario where it can be used, and what are the insights that we can get from such a model. So I will focus mainly on the on the parameters that are very important. That first you can set a latitude and longitude to say where is the release happening, and importantly, the depth at which it is happening. It's very important, of course, because it very impact the time it will take for the chemical to reach the surface, among other stuff. You also need to provide some environmental data, such as the wind speed or the current in the water. Then you need to provide some information about the release, such as, for instance, the flow rate, so the amount of gas that leave the underwater sources, on the size of the hole of the leak. And something else that must be provided are all the chemical properties. Thankfully, now that we have a very nice database on the manifest website, that is not an issue at all. We can just take the chemical properties that are inside of the database. But now the question is that a flow rate is not easy to estimate. To estimate accurately the flow rate, we need to understand which scenario we are in. So basically, there are three ways that this model can work. Is if you have a sunken vessel with one or two holes in its hull, or a pipeline. So in the case of the sunken vessel, either you have only one hole and you have gas leaking by this hole and water coming inside of the hole at the same times, or you have two holes, one hole by which water come in, and one hole by which gas come out. Of course, it will go faster if you have two holes instead of one. And another example is in case of a pipeline hole. If you have a hole in a pipeline, there you don't need to have water coming in at first, because you have pressure in the pipeline that will be enough to put make the gas go out of the pipeline. So now, how do we model that? As we saw earlier in the simulation, in the animation, we have a lot of elements that are going up in the water column. For each element, it contains a lot of bubbles that rise through the water column. The bubble, as they go up, will spread more and more. So that's why the size of the cylinder increase, because it represents the volume in which the bubbles are. And these bubbles are more and more spread inside of water. After sometimes they will eventually get to the surface, and in this case the volume will increase very fast near the surface, because the water will be moved horizontally. So now we also represent water. To do that, basically we cut the water column in a lot of layers. You will see that's important in the plot that I will show you after with the model results. And so then this water element can exchange gases with the bubble that are inside of the element. And then you start to dissolve the gas that are inside of the bubble in the water column. And also that we are also able to do, because we discover in the project that you also have some gas that are dissolved in the water that get inside of the bubble. So sometimes the bubbles that get to the surface are not pure. They contain also gas that were dissolved, like nitrogen and oxygen, that were dissolved already in the water column. Now we have some vertical transfer. So that means due to the turbulence, we will have some chemical that is dissolved in the layer going to mix with the neighboring layers. And then lastly, we have some volatilization. Is when we are on the last layer and that we have dissolved chemical, a bit of chemical will be able to evaporate through the surface and go in the atmosphere. Now, to show you a scenario, a practical use case to use this tool. For this case, we say that we have the pipeline in the North Sea, but this can also be done in near Spain. That is not an issue at all. As long as you provide all the information about the area, it's fine. We have a pipeline with 155 bar of pressure of LNG, and that's we are very unlucky, and just above the pipeline we have a barge that accidentally released a 5-ton spud in the water column. This 5-ton spud will fall through the water and hit the pipeline and make a hole of 40 centimeters of diameter at 50 meter depth. Now the question is, what's happened? To know that, we want to do a simulation. We need to provide some information to the model. We provide the properties of the leak. So, for instance, we provide the area, so we know the size of the hole, 40 centimeters of diameter. We know the depth, the pressure. And that will allow us, thanks to the model, to estimate a flow rate. That's already something that is useful to know, that we know that we have something around 7 to 8 kilograms per second of mass of LNG that will rise from the pipeline. And then, in this case, we have bubble on average of 1 centimeter. Then we have sea condition. Basically, that's the important stuff to fill in is the water temperature and the current, and also the wind speed. Then to represent LNG in the model, we use methane. That is the main compound of LNG. And here you see we have some properties, but these properties are properties that come straight from the HNS database that I showed you earlier and that you can access. So now we run the model, and we have realized that first, there is not a lot of concentration in the water column. You see, I will spend a bit of time for you to be sure that you understand these plots. Basically, horizontally is the time. So here is 300 seconds. So we have the time horizontally. Vertically is the depth. So at the bottom of the plot, you are at 50 meters deep. At 0 meter, you are at the surface. And of course, you see when you start the release, you don't have chemical above. It's just at the bottom of the water column. And so you see the layer that I explained you earlier. And you see that through time, the concentration increase higher in the water column. So that's for this first plot. Then we can have this second one. It's more or less the same thing. It allows us to see that because it's there is more concentration near the bottom, because the volume of water is smaller. Because as it increases through the water column, it will, as I explained, the volume start to increase and expand. So that means that most of the mass of the chemical that is dissolved will be toward the near the bottom. However, what we realize also is that we are only at 0.01 kilogram, so 10 grams after 300 seconds of dissolved methane. We must realize that 10 grams when we have 7 kilograms per second of methane that rise to the water column means that basically there are almost no dissolution that happens. So that's why that we have also these plots that are very interesting. To explain you a little bit, it's again horizontally is the time, and vertically basically is how the methane is. So in red, that means that at first everything is in bubble. That makes sense. We start, we have a release in bubble. Then the bubble rise in the water column. And here we see after 100 seconds, the first bubble, so the big bubble, get to the surface. And we start to have some blue. And as we can see, through time, we get more and more relative amount of methane in the atmosphere compared to the one that is in the bubble in the water column. That's normal when we look at this plot. That is now in mass, so that's the total mass. At first, we don't have a mass at all because the hole just happened to be made. And then after time, we see that at first we have accumulation in the water column, the bubble that are rising. Then they get at the top of the water column, and we get the blue. You can see that we have also a green line, but it's so small you cannot see it because it's like in a matter of less than 100 grams, and here we are talking about more than 2,000 kilograms. So all of that to say, what is the information that we can retrieve for all this plot? Basically, is that in this situation, all the methane will reach the surface. So what does it tell us is that it should be treated for the responder almost as if the release happened at the surface. So it's important to know that then what should be what the responders should be really careful for is the gas cloud. More, at least in the first time, a lot more careful about that than about any concentration in the water. Of course, the result of the simulation heavily depend on the chemical, on the properties of on the environmental properties. So it really depends on the current, it depends on the temperature. And again, this model is able to run everywhere. So you can use it in Spain, such as the explosion model and the fire model. For the database, you can just access the website as we showed earlier, and you can use it today if you want. For these models, you have to ask us access, but you can go to the website in the tools and ask for a password and an account. You just need an email address and to explain who you are, and then we can provide you access. And just for this model, it will be available at the end of the project. Currently, is still working on during the manifest project. I think that's all for my part, and you can
take the floor.
Yeah, for the next slide.
Thank you, Ludovic. So, as you can see, all the models are available and are able to make some scenarios and to evaluate the consequences of different accident, explosion, fire, underwater leak, spill at the sea surface. And it's very interesting to make some scenarios and to evaluate these consequences for the responder to prepare and to see clearly the impact on the population in the port, but also in the marine environment. And you have the opportunity to have many information. So, as Stéphane explained at the beginning, for the HNS database, you have chemical experts that can help you and discuss with you about the different parameters you need to put inside the database. In the case of model, you can also contact the expert to have an evaluation of the different results you have in the model, and to have a discussion about the impact and maybe the question you have about the scenario and the different output. So the next presentation is not, I think it's now or after the coffee break. It's after the coffee break. So we have the same scenarios as I present before, with a leak inside the ammonia vessel and the gas cloud formation on the boat. And the objective is to develop, to present you a practical case for the tools which gives some guide of protection and evaluation about the impact on the different on the population and what are the actions we have to do in this case. So maybe if there are some questions, we can.
Yes, I think that as we have finalized a bit earlier,
Yeah.
okay, I think although it was not planned, we have some time now for comments or questions before the coffee break. So please, if you have any comment, any question, any doubt, or you would like to add something at what was said, please go ahead. Estábamos seguros de que Pablo.
We were sure that Pablo was going to add something. But if you like, you can introduce yourself, Pablo.
Thank you. It is very clear, but I find out that for the people that we need to assess the situation in the first moment, we find out that in my particular case, some kind of lack of information about the products. I mean to say, the other day in Malta we made a small exercise, and we take all the safety data sheets from the products. But to some extent, when you get a safety data sheet, it's very complete. You know, there are a lot of information, but for the people on the ground, of course, you are going to ask for some kind of chemical expertise and so on and so forth. But in the first moment, you don't have this kind of people nearby. So it's my particular point of view, because I work close to a chemical expert, and you say, please explain me to what are the specific characteristics of this product. When you get the, let's say, viscosity, viscosity is very clear, you know, but you say, well, it's going down or up. But in some cases, you don't have the information if you are not a chemical expert, you know. You have plenty of information, but you don't have the possibility to know what happened with this product. It's going to go down, up, dissolve, or this kind of thing. As a recommendation, I mean to say, in the same way that we make a triage of the ship before you took the triage of the state of the structural situation of the ship. I really do recommend to have a very small and short information about the characteristic for a new one. I mean to say, I am not a chemical expert, and so you say this product is going to go down. It could be explosive and get to the surface. Some very, very short information not for the first responders. Of course, we are going to ask for more specific information, but I don't have when I say myself, my colleagues, we don't have this expertise to interpret all the document, because you have five pages of information, and honestly, I don't get the critical information. I don't realize what is inside. Thank you, but I don't know if I explain myself correctly. But,
I mean that if you need in the HNS database some small information about some specific parameters, because there are many parameters inside the database, but all the parameters are not need for you. And I think in the database we have the short-term behavior of the component, so you have an indication of, in the short term, the behavior is evaporate, dissolving, sinking, and maybe, if I understand, you need, as for explosion or fire module, a short description on viscosity. If this viscosity is in this range, you will have maybe hone spill or many spill inside on the water. That's correct? Okay.
That's the idea, you know, at the first, you have this safety data sheet and you say, well, take care because we need to have not just security issues and the protective equipment, but to say, well, the vapor pressure of this product is so and so.
Maybe
honestly,
less parameter available.
The critical ones.
Yes,
you mean,
yes.
I mean to say.
Okay. For the intervention and to say be careful because this parameter, not be careful, but for this parameter, in this case, you will have maybe probably an evaporation and the formation of gas cloud.
This kind of information, but directly, because otherwise you began to, in the beginning of the first page, you say, well, I don't understand anything, you know. And
practical information.
Yeah, okay. Then that's why. Thank you.
Stefan,
Muy bien, pues más comentarios o preguntas.
Any other further comments or questions? Maybe on the back of the room.
Hi, Melissa. Paul Harold, I'm part of the Manifest team. I was very interested in the EMSA talk, particularly about the statistics on lithium battery powered ships. And I was just wondering what sort of training and response procedures are being developed around lithium battery fires. I've seen, we've done some literature review as part of this project on potential impacts of lithium fires, and there seem to be lots of different approaches currently being looked at, such as flooding, mists, water mists, and I was just wondering if there had been any developments around a way forward on that.
We need a microphone here.
Thank you. So unfortunately, I cannot provide more details because I don't think that there is much actually. It's an area that will require further investigation, just more work. But I cannot provide more details, unfortunately.
Era otra pregunta para Sergio.
Another question for Sergio. So these European regulations on the fuels, what ships are they applicable to? So European flagships or boats or ships coming to European ports or how? Let me reply you in English.
Which are above 5,000 gross tonnage and which make a call in a European port or ports belonging to the EEA, so even Norway and Iceland are also included. And at the international level, at IMO, is the same scheme applying to all ships about 5,000 gross tonnage. Yes.
Just to make a precision about your question, because I wonder, and what is important with this kind of software or toolbox or DSS? Is also the opportunity to make some training and to test and to see, okay, now I understand what are the behavior of the product. It is also to use, Stefan explained at the beginning that it is completely free, and the fact that it's free, you can make many scenarios, and it's, of course, an opportunity to develop skills and to have many different view of the accident. And the second idea is also my colleague from IMT has developed with all the partners a serious game, and it will be presented at this afternoon. But the objective of the serious game is also to give skills on specific behavior of the chemical inside the water. This is also another strategy with just simply or funny games to understand and to use and to make competence about the physico-chemical properties of the product.
Next week we are going to make an exercise in Asturias about release of ammonia. Mm-hmm. So it's very important for us to make them more realistic, but in some cases you began to tell, well, we have a gas cloud, but if we have the data, the correct data to spread with the stakeholders, mm-hmm. It's better for us, not just to, of course, in an exercise we are going to call a chemical expert and so on.
Of course.
But otherwise, in the real life, you don't have that first instance. And so, in addition, I think we have collaboration with partners outside Europe, you know, in less developed countries. Mm-hmm. And so these kind of tools are very, very useful for them, because in most of the cases they don't have these capacities to look for a specific chemical expert and so on. That way I asked you if that you can provide with, let's say, a little bit more specific, real, sorry, my English is not los principales problemas.
The main issues that you are going to face.
Un poco para contestarle a Pablo, creo que se llama, decirle que en España tenemos salvamento marítimo y sí contamos con este tipo de herramientas que se llaman CEMAP. Y en el primer momento podemos hacer.
In Spain, we have this emergency response team, and we can have this type of simulations in Spain. And I don't know if you're really speaking about this. Thank you. I know that in maritime rescue, they know that they can do a very good job, but those type of incidents, in many cases, they happen 2 a.m., and we have to think always of the worst scenario possible. So we are all sitting there, and in half an hour, we need to start to perform an assessment. And the people that are involved with exercises, we need always to think about scenarios that we need to, to be the first one to intervene with a very high pressure. So of course we call people and we try to find out experts. But in real life scenarios, when you jump onto the field, you don't have those resources or capabilities available. This is my experience, and depending on different. On the place where you find this situation in Spain, we have many resources available, but this is something. So we need to try to simplify as much as possible data available to be as accurate as possible and realistic, so that the bulk of the issue can be assessed, really in a very agile way, because if not, you don't know how to react. And this is my experience, and this is what happens in many cases. Thank you very much. Only one further question to the two presenters. When you speak about your program, I believe that you are talking about one single interface that could project three different probabilities, so an explosion, a fire, and then additionally an spillage or a leak and the consequences of it. So three different interfaces. And the last question, it is, in case of an spillage or a leak or a leak with vapors or gases, can you establish also an area, as you do with explosions and fire, an area you should not enter into due to the possibility of toxicity without the risk of a fire or
If I have correctly understood the question, so yeah, the fire, the explosion, and the consequence model of the width are in the same interface. So yeah, maybe I can show you very quickly. So you see that as example that we can launch simulation and view the result directly from the interface. And then, if I understood not sure I fully understand the other.
Is the question to we can perform some mixed scenarios? So we have maybe a leak of oil, and after a fire due to the leak at the surface. The zone d'exclusion. Okay.
If you have in the same scenario.
No.
In the same scenario, the three possibilities,
yeah.
Or you have three different scenarios: one for explosions, another for fire, and another one for leakage. And
I think you can really do whatever you want. Like the model are separated. They are in the They are in the same website. Web interface, but you cannot directly use the result for one to start. You need to have some manual input yourself. But like if you have one model that predicts you that you will have a gas cloud, you can estimate from the output of the model the quantity of gas, for instance, and then you can use that as input to make an explosion simulation, and then to have. So you need a bit of I would say manual work to do it, but it's possible from the output of one model to get to yourself do a simulation for another model.
I think it's very important to precise that it's
wait for the.
No, it's very important to precise that it's almost like a toolbox. So everything is independent. If you want to use for the explosion, you can use it. Completely independent. Concerning the liquid, the evaporation, and the gas cloud, if it's possible to define an exclusion zone, for that moment we have not implemented this part. We have just a question of toxicity with a limit of IEGL or this aspect. Okay? But we have not exclusion zone.
Yeah. I can just add a small. It's true that the tools are really like tools that you can use. There are still some links. For instance, the database. I will just show you the example. Is that if you have in this case ammonia, it will itself. I go. Sorry. Yeah. I'm not used to the Spanish keyboard. Yeah, for instance, here we have absolute alcohol. I don't know. It will autofill the field that are needed. So that's a way the link there are. The database is directly linked to the tool, and also we can have some area that we say. We stay above a given threshold, and if you make some simulation, if you yourself provide the threshold that to make exclusion area, then you can say, okay, this area we stay above this concentration, and so we want to exclude this area. That you can do.
We don't have any further comments or questions. We can have a coffee break now, and then in next section, we can further discuss. Thank you very much for our presenters. A big applause. So, coffee break, it is in the first floor. Thanks.
but for what reason? Because you want that Antoinette's response. Yes. tú hablas del... Sí, tú ya me pasas la palabra. Sí. Claro, claro. I'm only a tool of Marisa. ¿Eh?
You won't need that.
Vente, vente, vente.
Sí. Se sienta después, Pedro.
Vale. Vale.
Muy bien, pues después de esta...
So after this small break, we carry on with our workshop. So we start with part number 2, where we are going to talk about risks for public health and how we can manage this response. So what kind of tools we have developed in that sense. So we start with a presentation from Paul Harrell, the Officer of Public Health in the UK. So you have the floor. Hello and good morning to all of you.
From the UK, and I speak worse Spanish than Stefan, so I will do my best to present in English. So yeah, this is about public health. The agency I work for in the UK is the agency tasked with protecting public health. And so in this project, we're interested in what occurs, what impacts these sort of incidents can have on the wider community. And this was explained earlier, but obviously when you have a gas or a vapor release, you can end up with a gaseous or volatile cloud into the atmosphere. That can be flammable, it can be toxic, it can be reactive, corrosive, and of course it's very difficult to contain. So once it's into the atmosphere, it is free to fly off wherever the wind takes it. And that means in a very short period of time, as was demonstrated earlier in the presentation, you can have a cloud over a population centre. And so there are potential impacts to human health and dangers to the public. So what did we do? Well, to begin with, we were looking at guidance for protecting the public from these sort of incidents. So the first thing we did was we actually undertook a review of the evidence. We looked at accident databases and scientific literature to see how big a problem it is and what sort of approaches have been taken globally to protect the public. The other thing we did was we wanted to see what sort of level of expertise there was available. And so we carried out a stakeholder survey in the UK, looking at UK first responders, both on land, where there's a lot of experience of protection against gas clouds, and also maritime first responders. What we found was that incidents involving gases and volatiles were quite infrequent. Only less than 5% of the total of the serious accidents recorded by IMO were involving gases and vapours. But when they do occur, they tend to occur in ports and near the shore. Not surprising, really. When it's in port, it's handling the material, transferring it onto and off ships. There's also a lot of maritime traffic, so the more traffic there is, unfortunately, the greater potential there is for an incident, for a collision or whatever. In terms of global responses, there were very few studies in the literature about what sort of things were being done to protect the public from such incidents. So the evidence was pretty sparse. Where there was evidence, it tended to be evacuating people from the locale. What we found really interesting was the stakeholder survey. Despite a lot of expertise on land, experience of incidents in the maritime environment was quite limited. and there weren't any specific procedures for guiding responders in protecting the public. The other thing was most responders relied on third parties, such as Ludovic, etc., to get modelling and monitoring data. So there was a delay in getting data. No offence, Ludovic. Sometimes you don't answer the phone. But yeah, there was no real instantaneous data available unless docs were actually set up with online monitoring, etc. So there were delays in data. And most of the responders were seeing training as a key element to this, to improve their experience and their understanding. So what we did from that, we felt that there was a need to produce some simple guidance that could help to inform responders quickly, immediately after an incident, on what the best advice would be to protect the public. So we produced some documents, a field guide, which is something that can be referred to very quickly. I have a copy of it here if anyone wants to have a look at it later. And you'll have to fight over it if you want to take it home. Or maybe we'll have a quiz. So there's a field guide and then a more detailed report outlining the science behind this guide and how we came to make our decision algorithm. The flowchart on the slide there is the algorithm, which goes through a series of steps on what people should consider when making a decision. And they're quite simple and it shouldn't take long. It's aimed at response and emergency planning personnel. We see it more as a training tool than an actual something to be used in an incident, although it can be used in an incident, but we like to see it really for use in scenarios such as today, and just really to make people think about the different considerations that occurs in these sort of incidents. And as Stefan said, all of these things are free and they're free to download. Why did we do it? I mean, as I've just said, there's a lot of experience, and the phrase "shut your doors and windows" when things happen is quite widely known, and we see and hear it quite regularly for a lot of incidents. It's nothing new, but applying it to coastal environments brings some quite unique nuances to the situation. So, for example, there are a lot of susceptible populations in a coastal environment. There's old people like me. A lot of people retire to the sea, so retire near the sea. So, an incident near a shoreline, these people are likely to be more susceptible to pollution. Likewise, during holiday season, there are lots of young children present. Again, sensitive individuals and difficult to round up and move in an orderly fashion. Not only that, dwellings, they may not be as structurally sound as buildings in a city, in an urban environment. You get things like campsites. Tents don't really shelter you very well. Caravans are the same. Chalets, they're not airtight. They don't have to conform to the sort of energy efficiency regulations that a lot of new buildings do. Infrastructure is not always great. Roads are not always suitable to have large vehicles like coaches to evacuate people. So these things need to be considered in this sort of environment. Also connectivity. It's, you know, there are many places on the shoreline where you will struggle to get a mobile phone signal or internet. So I think awareness of these is important. We've talked about the website today. On the website, you will find both documents. The links are there, free to download and to use as you see fit. So anyway, back to today. I'll just walk through the process so that people can get an idea of what this is about. So we've had an ammonia leak. What we need to know, is it a hazard and is it a risk? Well, ammonia is toxic, so it's a hazard. Ammonia might explode. There is a hazard there. Is there a risk? Well, we need to use a source pathway receptor approach. So the source is ammonia. The pathway, which way is it going?
Is it going to go towards communities or is it going to go out to sea? You can find that out fairly quickly. The Mark 1 finger in the air will tell you which way the wind's blowing. But you know, that's just a very basic thing. But you can get this sort of information off a mobile phone almost immediately, which way's the wind blowing. If you put your finger in the air, it might not tell you the answer that you want to know because you might get turbulence, etc. from buildings. But the phone will give you a good idea of which way the wind's blowing. And which way the wind's blowing, is it going towards communities? Is there a receptor? So really the first step is establishing if there is a risk. And in the scenario earlier, I think it said that the wind was blowing towards the town of Le Havre. So there would be receptors present. So we've got a risk there. So you need to make an initial assessment. If there is a no to any of the questions in step 1, any of them, then there is no chain, there is no pathway. There is no source pathway receptor process, and so there wouldn't be a risk. In the rare occasions where you be in that situation, happy days, you don't have to do anything. Just keep an eye on things to make sure nothing changes over time. But if there's a yes and the source pathway receptor linkage is intact, then you need to undertake your initial advice. And as with land-based incidents, the default advice is always going to be to shelter, because that is the easiest approach you can take. That is the most effective way of keeping people safe from concentrations in the atmosphere outdoors. But is that enough? And just to say a little bit about what sort of things need to be considered when you're establishing if sheltering is enough. Is it non-explosive? I mean, we talked about the potential for an explosion with ammonia. It's quite difficult to make ammonia explode, but if you had things like LNG or hydrogen, then you've got an explosive risk. But if there is an explosive risk, then keeping people indoors might not be enough. So you need to consider that. What sort of structures have you got in place? Well, in Le Havre, the structures are going to be well built, low ventilation, they're going to be fairly airtight, so they should be enough to shelter. Other things you need to consider are there mobile groups. So when you're looking at your map of Le Havre, where are the hospitals? Where are elderly care homes? Where are other things that might involve people who have difficulty in moving quickly? And the final thing, which is, these are in no particular order, but is the chemical highly toxic? And I just wanted to say a word about that. So in our guidance, we use something called protective action criteria. Now, these are standards. They're a hierarchy of standards, so they're based on various sources, mainly US EPA and NOAA, who've developed guidelines for protecting the public from acute exposure. So these are different to occupational standards. Occupational standards are based on healthy working age adults. These standards look at more susceptible groups, so they are more sensitive to the sort of distribution of sensitivity in a population. And like I say, there is a hierarchy, so the first in the hierarchy will be something called acute exposure guideline levels, which are developed by US EPA, and then there are other guidelines below that which are used where there may not be an acute exposure guideline level available. And how we've assessed high toxicity is based on the GSAMP assessment, which is 2 parts per million as the level that causes acute mammalian toxicity. So we've based our assessment of highly acute as 2 parts per billion, 2 parts per million. And this is probably a conservative approach, but it's one we think adapts quite well to this sort of environment. So we're looking at levels below 2 as being highly toxic. So ammonia wouldn't fall into that category, but it is toxic. and there is a potential for concentrations to get to levels that would cause health problems. On that table also you see protective action criteria 1 and 2. 1 is where it might cause transient effects, which once the exposure is stopped, the effects will go. 2 is where you start to get effects that can permanently affect your health. There is a 3 as well, and 3 is where you don't want to be, because that's where you start to have life-threatening effects. So we've based our assessment on a PAC2 of 2 parts per million. So going through all of that, we have the options then of looking at evacuation. If there's an explosion risk, if it's a large or very large spill, which this is, if there are temporary structures, if the chemical is highly toxic. It doesn't have to meet all of these criteria, but they're considerations to take into account. Then you ask yourself, can it be done? Is evacuation feasible? I don't think you could evacuate Le Havre quickly, so it's probably unlikely that that's going to be a feasible option. But if you've got a campsite, you can get those people out fairly quickly, probably in time. Mm-hmm. What you have to judge is the risk of moving people compared to the risk of keeping them together, keeping them in shelter. But where the shelter is poor, then evacuation might be the only option. And, you know, whether you can move them safely in time and whether you can just look at evacuating localized areas. So from the example earlier, where Laurent and Ludovic showed the plots of the explosive radii. You can get that information quickly, as we've seen, and that can inform this guidance, and then it can tell you whether explosion will be an issue. I think it's skirted slightly part of the town, so you can also tailor your advice to that. Because one of the things you would be telling people to do is keep away from their windows, because you don't want broken glass in your face. Pull your curtains. It sounds quite obvious, but that is quite a good protection of stopping you getting covered in glass. So once you've gone through this process, and it's a fairly rapid process, you then come to your decision making, whether you decide to shelter, which is default, or whether there is a good grounds for having to evacuate people. And this has to be done quickly, and this process is a quick process. After that, you need to communicate that advice and keep communicating advice. One of the key things that tends to get forgotten with sheltering is a property will protect you from outdoor concentrations, but it will allow air in, it will allow the concentrations to build up in your property. Over several hours, you can get an equilibrium between indoors and outdoors. So when you've got a long-running incident, such as a continuous leak or a long fire, shelter becomes a decision that you have to seriously consider whether shelter is the right decision. But not only that, even with a shorter incident, you could get some contamination in the property. So it's very important to keep engaged with community and tell them to open their windows once the gas cloud has gone, so you can air the property, vent out any contamination that may have got in. And obviously then you need to review any new evidence. This is aimed at decision making before you get modelling and before you get monitoring data. When you start to get modelling and you start to get monitoring data, then you can review your decisions and whether they need to change. And really, I think I was going to say a show of hands for who thinks in the scenario we talked about whether shelter or evacuation was the best. So who thinks shelter would be the best advice from that situation, that incident we saw earlier with the ammonia cloud? Put your hands up. One?
I was going, yeah.
2, 3, 4. And who thinks evacuation is the best advice? And then everyone else is undecided. Yeah, so both. Yeah, I would say in that situation, because of the urban environment, good properties, and the sheer numbers of people involved, evacuation is unlikely apart from in the immediate vicinity of the port, which would really be done by the port operators anyway as standard practice. So yeah, I think shelter was the way forward. But if you had campsites around that port instead of houses, then you would be thinking. The other thing is you can look at, for example, when you've got incidents like this, you might have schools or commercial properties, shops. Those sort of areas can be advised to evacuate quickly if it's feasible to do it. So it's a dynamic system, and hopefully this will help to, as I say, as a training tool and as a planning tool. It can be used to help make people just think about the considerations that they need to look at during this sort of incident. And I had a similar slide to the one that was shown earlier about how rapid the gas cloud can proceed. But even though this is rapid, you do have a reasonable distance usually between an operational site and where the nearest residences are. And so in that situation, you do have a window of opportunity to make a decision and get information out there quickly. And just keep it on the new fuels theme. Also, you know, this guidance is applicable to a lot of the new fuels that are being considered. And to go with that, we've also produced some simple data cards which give an overview of the key hazards. So I've got one for ammonia. So it's got the key hazards, and on the back it's got some of the response activities that need to be considered. So it's something that can be carried by a responder or kept in the office. You can quickly refer to what the key information is, such as, you know, whether a gas floats or stays close to the ground. So hopefully that will be something else that will be useful from the website. And again, I've got half a dozen copies of these, so if anyone wants them and wants to give feedback on them, that will be great.
Okay.
And that's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Paul. Pues después de esta sabia presentación.
So after this wise presentation, we are going to move briefly to another tool that we have developed within the project. Well, we started its development within the Mariner project, and we continued developing it in the Manifest project, and now with Manifest Genius, we are implementing new functions. This is an online tool available in our website. And basically, we have developed an online database that allows to access projects, organizations that have developed, that have conducted research and have relevant outcomes for the fight against pollution. And also, apart from accessing these elements, you can access the resources that have been generated, and they are classified by areas of knowledge, formats, so we can make the most of all the knowledge generated in different projects. This knowledge is not easy to access, so we have brought it together to a single portal, so it's easier to access all this information. This is a tool that is updated throughout the projects, and it will keep growing. I have Rula with me, who knows how to navigate these tools better, and she's going to make a brief presentation of how you can use it. Instead of using the presentation, I'm going to use the website. Let's see if you can show the website. Can you click? This is the presentation, but we would like to see the website. So this is the main website. Here we access the manifest tools, and as Marisa explained, we have three main options. We can access projects, organizations, or resources that we have here. There are different ways of accessing the information, but we are going to show some examples. If we go to projects, there is this area that you can use to search. You can search by funding project or other data you may have. We have 58 registered right now, and this is a process that is continuously updated. And we can search a project here. We're going to use the case scenarios that we are using today, and we get the results. And you just need to click and you will see a sheet with information about the project, a summary, an abstract, and a link to the website. And here on the right hand side you have the resources associated that are included in the database, and you can see the handbook and you can download it. Here it is, and this is the handbook we wanted to find, so you have all the resources updated here. Let's go back here. If you want to know, for instance, the projects financed by the DG ECHO, we could search. You can search here, or you have here options, and we get 20 projects that are financed by them. And another function of this website is that you can export these lists. For example, here you can export as a PDF, and when you click on download, you get this sheet where you get information about all the projects and the links to the resources related to that project that are included in our database. So this is only one of the projects. We have 20, and this is something you can use for any resources you want to find. Another function of this website is to find statistics. Here we have the funding programs of the projects or the resources associated to each project. So depending on the section where you are, you get different statistics that can be useful for different aspects. So this would be in the projects section. We have 74 organizations registered with us. And resources, here you can search by area of knowledge, geographical area. You have a map here where you can select an area and you see the resources available for that area. And we have an advanced search also. We are going to search for a substance characterization resource, and here we have another one where you can search for a database of substances. You click on it and you get a list with all the resources associated. And in this case, we wanted to find this database particularly. And here you will have the sheet with specific information and access to the resource. And you go directly to the website. So this is a quick overview of the tool. We suggest you access it, surf a little bit, and well, we think it's a very powerful tool, and we encourage you to use it, to test it, to see the functions, and we remind you that we are going to keep updating it, and we will try to introduce new functions that will make it even more user-friendly with new registers, etc. So it can be a central point where we can access all the resources that are brought together and can be used in an efficient way. So let's give the floor to Pedro Montero within CETMAR, who is going to talk about another tool. It's a common operation tool. Good morning, my name is Pedro Montero within CETMAR, and I'm going to talk about another tool which is different. And it tries to show a common operational picture, which comes from the concept of land emergencies, and it means that at some point we may have a common operation picture where we can see the different elements that are being used for the emergency. Police, health care professionals, etc. So we brought this idea to the sea because we had been noticing for years that one of the problems that we had was the problem of working with different information coming from different organizations. So on a daily basis, we would have somebody informing us of a spillage, we would have satellite images, staff launching buoys to follow them, we would do some modeling, and after half an hour, if this was not coordinated, the person who was there wouldn't know what to do. So we created this common operative picture tool, which is a system based on storage, protocols, GIS, and applications, but also on policies and agreements. So you can collect information from different institutions and different sources and distribute it among the professionals who are involved in the episode, who are people from very different backgrounds. The objective is to get a map. In this case, it is a map, an online map, where you get to know the area, the resources that have to be protected, the cities, the fisheries resources. For example, in the case of Galicia, where the wind is blowing, where the currents go, meteorology, where we have the resources, in this case the vessels that are acting during the emergency or evacuation areas and land. And we can predict what is going to happen. This is not for immediate scenarios where you only have 1 or 2 minutes to react. This is for exercises or for those cases where the scenarios are a little bit longer in time. And we also want to exchange information among the different people involved, pictures, etc. And we want this information, as I said before, we have different users with different confidentiality levels. Not all the information is available for everyone. Sometimes because it's not allowed, and other times because we want things to be easy, and an excess of information can make it difficult for information to reach the appropriate people. So we want to have some layers that can be seen by different types of people and others that cannot be seen. So you need a way of explaining this system, because it's not just a technological challenge, but also the result of working with different agencies and types of information. So what's the problem? We have different layers of information. Let's call them layers because they are geographical information layers. So we have different layers that are existing before the event, like protected areas, risk analysis, the coastline, and others that are created during the contingency, like pole rep reports, models, the drifting buoys, and we have different stakeholders. We have the unified commander, those who are actually working, then we have an advisory board, and then we have the general public or stakeholders. And there are different levels of confidentiality, and they will need different types of information. So the challenge is how can we give them the information appropriate to the correct persons in a fast way. So I'm going to explain, instead of having information layers during a contingency and users, we are going to have a shop that is sending orders. We have a supermarket, for example, sending orders to different types of customers. We have fresh products, we have no fresh products, we have products that are for everybody, others are not, for example, alcohol, not for kids. And we want to create a list and packages every day very quickly. So as I said, we have the clients, we have the products, and we have another user or staff who is the person who is going to say, according to my list, these products are for these clients, and I have to do it very fast. So this is the person who says this goes to this one, this goes to the other one, etc. And there are other types of users of this system who are like the butcher, the fishmonger, who are filling the products, which are fresh products. So we have users, not just the clients, but all those who access the system, and we have products, and we have to bring them together. And we have to do it fast. So this is a similar scheme to this one. So now the products are layers of information, The clients are now the users who are going to see that information in the different screens. They are the COP users. Then we have input users who are, for example, the modelers or the drifters. Some of them are manual, others are automatic. And then we have the COP manager, who is the person who is in charge of saying this. He's not the one who decides, but the one deciding is the one that clicks the button and says these layers are for these users and these layers are for these other users. So we create a system where we see a website, but underneath there are databases, protocols, scripts in GIS, Python, servers, maps, etc. And that's the COP tool. So it's not a tool that you can download, but it is a tool that any institution can install in their servers and offer it to the different users they have. So what could happen in case of a contingency? A regular user would see this, which is like a website, but underneath, as I said before, we have all those technological features that create the website. So, in case of a contingency, the first one going into the system is the COP manager, who creates a new COP. This is the COP tool will allow you to create the web picture. You access the website with a password and some permits, and the contingency gets a name from, well, the dates, etc. Once this is created, with forms and very quickly, this person says, okay, I need these layers of information for this contingency. For example, I'm working in the Ria de Arousa. I don't need the currents of the area of Coruña, so I will only include the currents of the Arousa area. And these are my users, the users who have some permits and the input users. All of this is done through different forms. It's very fast, and all of this needs to be prepared before the contingency, of course. During the contingency, you can add one layer, but you cannot add 20 layers because you want everything to be very fast. And lastly, the COP manager will tell this, will say, okay, these layers go with these users. The program allows you to pre-select this. It usually takes like 10 minutes to do all of this. It's quite a lot of time in case of HNS emergencies, but for others it's okay. Different users can access the contingencies in different ways. I'm going to show you only two. One of them could be, for instance, an agent who wants to create a port rep. They can do it by hand, of course, in a traditional way, but they can also create a poll rep with this form, where you can include it or you can receive one and include it in the contingency website. There are modules for the coast port rep. We are creating now a module for a tactile GIS to specify where the vessels are located, etc. Another type of users are the COP users, the ones who are actually going to use it, the ones who need to see what's going on. If they access as users, as you can see above, with a password, they already know the type of user they are. They could access the website and they can only see the contingencies that the COP manager, following the orders of the authorities, allows this person to see. They can access the contingency, and they would get to a website with different layers and different permits. Of course, all of this can be customized. If there is a new layer, it can be added, or they can remove layers also. This would be for the unified command, but there are other users who may have restricted access and they can see other layers. They would not be able to see all the layers that other users can see. It depends on the confidentiality level, so we can have information from different places. As we have models, we can have 4 or 5 models, and everybody is seeing the same model. If we allow everybody to see the currents model provided by Meteo Galicia, that's what it is. So this COP tool can be used by any agency. It has been implemented in Galicia by the Galician Coast Guard. And we have tested it several times. I'm bringing you an example that has to do with HNS. It is an exercise in the external port of A Coruña. And I would like to thank Andrés Guerra with the Port Authority for allowing us to do these exercises. And we simulated a break of a hose when a crude oil mesh was being transferred. So there is a small spill, but there is also a high content of hydrogen sulfide. And the COP tool, I'm just going to show you some images here. So it allows us to have different layers. We can see the meteorology of the area, the currents. On the right-hand side, you can see an oil spill model that is affecting this area of the port. Then at the bottom, we see a forecast of the Aloha model, which was included in this exercise. There were also simulations of other models here. It was a place where the skimmers were, where the barriers were, and those points or dots you can see there are the trajectories of the drifters that were launched during the exercise. So you can exchange images, messages, etc. One of the good things of this COP tool is that you can see it with different devices. It is responsive to cell phones, tablets, and computers. And as I said before, there are different types of users with different permits and different layers. This is not a tool you can download, but it is a system that has been implemented in the Spanish Coast Guard, and it can be implemented in any agency that wants to have a COP management tool. So it is free. You can download all the software from this website. There are user guides, and also there is an implementation guide and installation guides. It is a complex system, and one of the things we are trying to do with the Manifest Genius project is to create Docker projects so it's easier to install. We are also working with this software, and we are improving the information sharing tool. We want to use protocols that are as open as possible to collect information or give information to the different COPs or tools that we can find. In our experience, it's very hard to introduce a tool in a system that is working correctly, and it's not good, but that doesn't mean that we cannot give information and collect information from those tools. So we were trying to check. Cedric has this tool called ARJAPO, and we wanted to see if we could exchange information, and we made it with these protocols of the OGC, which is an international organization. And for instance, in this case, we saw that they were making simulations of the MOTI French model, both in the English Channel and in the French Guiana. And as you can see, you can see the COP tool, which is getting information from other agencies. And lastly, as Pablo also explained, we wanted to work in transforming the outputs of the models into something we can quickly use. As Ludovic explained, modules use particles. These particles become a concentration of a pollutant, but if I have 3 ppm of ammonium, people may be like, I don't know what you're talking about, so we need to turn this into relevant information. So pack 1 lines, pack 2 lines. We need to establish levels of concerns and warnings. Here you can stay for an hour, here you can stay for 2 hours, you cannot access this area. So we've been working on these models to provide information, to actually provide information that can be used directly and quickly. But we also want to get your feedback. That's why we have created this QR code that you can access, and it has a survey that has been prepared with staff from the Portuguese Navy. It's a survey that only takes a couple of minutes. You just need to check some options. You don't need to write anything down. And I really encourage you to take it, please. But also, we really would like you to think about what type of information you need that may come from the models or from manifests during a crisis. So thinking about the Aloha model, for example, we want it to move throughout the time. We want to know times. We want to know pack 1, pack 2, pack 3 is enough or not. We want to know about the evolution, how long the spillage is going to take to reach an area, how long is that area going to be in red, in yellow, in orange. So please, I need your feedback. So apart from the survey that will only take you a couple of minutes, I would really encourage you to think a little bit and then please send us your feedback, saying, well, I think that here what's missing is this, or we would like to have a quick guide of what we need to do based on the modeling, etc. So I don't want to give you any hints, or I will be answering myself, but we would love to get your feedback. So the COP tool or COP tool is a system that needs to be installed by big companies or big agencies. It's versatile. Its source code is free, and all its philosophy, even if it's not used, it's a good foundation for knowledge, for codes, to think about it. It's just some food for thought, and maybe you can implement it in other areas. And, well, here is the QR code again, and I hope it didn't take much of your time. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Pedro.
Thank you very much, Pedro, for your presentation, and also to Paul and Rula. So, and we have now around 15-20 minutes to share any comments or any questions you may have out of the different presentations. So if anyone wants to take the floor and share any reflections, I'm looking to Andres Guerra, that is on the back of the room, my dear friend, and he always comes with us. Maybe, Andres, maybe you'd like to share anything with us because you had a direct experience with a COP tool. Or maybe on the models, we know that you have direct experience with many tools similar to those presented here. So, yes, well, experience. Well, what I have, it is hope, not experience, but because when an incident happens, that everything works well. So the relation I have with you, with INTECMAR and CETMAR is very positive one. It is, I am such a lucky person. We were sharing about these models. Some of them we are aware of it, and some of them are available. When we needed them, they have worked with us. So, and this is not an easy thing. So loyalties, they exist because, you know, we work on those. So in the port of, exterior port of A Coruña, it is 100% loyalty. We are in a long process of a transformation in the bunkering of fuels towards the port areas. We are going to move in the next 15 years from the traditional fossil oils, and those are going to be transformed in another type of fuels with different characteristics for which we are not prepared right now. So I like it so much, the presentation from our English colleague. We are talking about the 1-3% of the maritime ships, but in the next 15-20 years, this is going to be transformed in a 15-20% if we want to reach those thresholds that are being set by the European Commission. And this is going to be a challenge for decarbonization. We are not prepared right now. We are not prepared right now. Those tools that you have introduced right now, it is in the technological horizon, maybe on the global level. But for us, it is a daily problem when we have to ship a new product, and we don't know how it's going to work. Well, the maritime planning is not enough, and I believe that all the structure for the national response structure, taking into account the HNS, is not enough yet. So we are going to have to link this to other type of plans existing, maybe on the industrial side, such as the self-protection plans, such as the territorial plans from the different regions in Spain, here in Galicia. So we're going to have to be more linked to civil protection aspects than the maritime itself. And this is all on my side. Thank you very much. Thank you, and please keep on working that well. Thank you. Thanks to you. Any other comments? Any other reflections?
we would like to comment the wonderful experience of the Galician Coast Guard with the COP tool. This type of tool permit to us get a very fast feedback in order to fight against the pollution. And I can tell you that we are really grateful with this team. And I would like to all the best for you.
Thanks.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, por las flores.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, so the idea it is to be as useful as possible. It is true that many of those tools we have shared are not maybe the most useful item right now, because these are you have very fast crisis, and in a few seconds you need to provide a response, and this is very difficult. But I believe that those tools could be very useful, as Ludovic has shown us, and everything that we are developing, in order to improve the preparedness and in order to work in different exercises, having simulations, previous scenarios, and be aware of how to use those, how to manage a crisis, and how we can respond to it. So the idea is not only provide a response when a crisis happens, but also get a better preparation of all the response teams. Well, and I would also like to thank you for the merits, and I believe those are shared merits, thanks to the team that has developed all those tools, but also because here we have a win-win situation, right? So we know how to do this because we have made many mistakes, but being so close to reality, working with safeguards and with other agencies, with the port of A Coruña, we know what we can do and what we cannot do. It is not because we are being monitored. It is because from office we have technological solutions, but then the reality sets things apart. So as I mentioned before, all these different tools, they come from the experience of many years working together, and also having the real guidelines. That is when you put it into the sea and you use it in a real situation with a real contingency and in a real exercise. So, yeah. So you have this. We have this saying in Spain that you feel closer as you are closer to the situation. Well, when we had the Prestige crisis at that time, I started to work at that time. And we had this person from NOE, and they said that we make friends during peace times, not during contingency situations, and we have to learn things. So from the Prestige crisis until now, we have made very good friends, and things tend to get better because we already have the experience working together, being closer. Any other further comments? We have people from Maritime Rescue. Do you want to share anything? Do you have lots of experience in the management of tools, interventions? Would you like to share any reflections? Okay, it's not the case. All right. Paco, you have lots of experience. Don't you like to say something? No, I want to learn. I want to learn. No, but you already you have already learned quite a lot. Apologies, we cannot hear what the speaker is saying without a microphone. Apologies. Yeah. So when you were saying what I have realized is that with this type of tools, we can get information in a more agile way. This is the great advantage, I see. So whatever we can do in order to get prepared for the future, it is welcome. Awesome. Okay. Oh, yeah, Federico. Yes, awesome. Yes. I don't know if this is working, right? So maybe I have a suggestion in order to reflect. Also, we need to assess the integration of this type of tools that you have mentioned in the case of CEDRI, but also with other tools that may exist, such as in the case of Galicia, where the tools we use to manage emergencies. We always see that every single region, the emergency direction in every region, they develop their own tools. Something similar to this, a model with a geographical display having different layers, and see where the civil protection resources are being deployed. When the emergencies are also on the land side, we can see that the maritime and land side, they always, get together in order to avoid any pollution on the land from the port. So I believe that it would be very interesting to be able to assess, for instance, here in Galicia, in this region, how to integrate this tool. If we have any specific of 112 in Galicia that is also working in the same direction, because I believe that there is where the interest lays, having a single contact point where all the intervenients, whatever it is, the MITECO or the general direction for coastguards or any other body or port authority, or we from Sansiman, that we can share and we can have an exchange of information. Yes. Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah, that's the idea. I'm not going to add anything onto it. We can reach to a certain level. How do we get there? We want to use international protocols, such as for this layer service. We can use the WMS service, which is a great success from 1999 when it was created the first time. And here we were seeing some layers that come from other bodies, and this is helping us. So the COP tool has not this data layer in the database, but the layer that we have seen before with the maritime map, it comes from the Gulf of Cadiz, from an entity back there, and this layer has been provided for everyone, and we pick on this layer. I mean, in the beginning we didn't have it, but this is not the idea. The idea is that we have less and less information in the future, and that we can become such an aggregator of information. We have been working in this project in order to add information provided by the safeguard, by the coast safeguard entity. We are talking with civil protection also to include these different layers. The layers you have mentioned, that any type of information that could be interesting or relevant for them. If we have any type of layers from CIGO that could help in any way, that could be integrated. And also, I will go backwards, actually. Not only that we can get more layers, but that the system, this display, it is the tip of the iceberg. So the system also provides available those layers. So we working with some people this way. We said, okay, this is the system, but our information is right here. And now the information of this layer, you can get onto it and feed it into your system, right? You can feed it into your system. So you do not need, what we do not want to do, it is that people need to buy our software. And I say buy, but because it is a free one, but not even, that they are obliged to use our software. We have a system with databases and all these items, and we want, to be able to link to any other system and feed from it, because the contingencies are for everyone. So it's better if we can exchange information and help each other, and we can have the best information available in the most agile way, so that we don't need to send an email with a JPG that we cannot paste onto the map, or we want to avoid all these disruptions. Thank you, Pedro. I believe now we have some questions on the chat. More than a question, it is a congratulation. It is Manuel Capeas that is congratulating TECMAR and CETMAR for this initiative and for this workshop. And he's also saying that attending the call of Federico Polharo and Andres Guerra, that the industry is developing self-protection plans and civil protection plans that are very adequate. And he recommends to take into account all the different stakeholders to perform any exercises and real case scenarios following this line of interaction. And this being closer makes you feel closer. This is the way we say it. So for people following up the streaming, they can also interact with using the chat with the room here, and we will convey their questions in the Q&A sessions we have between panel and panel. And they have also asked on the chat if all the presentations and this recording of the workshop may be available. I don't know if in the Manifest website or maybe in some other website in the following days, and we will keep you updated using the emails you have provided when registering for this workshop with all this the information. Thank you. Well, I don't know if we have any further comments on the room. If not, and I believe the lunch is not ready yet. Okay, we have to wait for 5 minutes. Okay, so maybe we can take a break and get some fresh air. Oh, you're going to be the fresh air, don't you? Oh.
Thank you. I understand, Federico, what you are saying. It's very difficult to say to a country or part of a country, don't develop your own tool. That is not possible to do that. So all the people, they want to have their own tool. The most important thing in my mind is to have a tool that can communicate with another tool. And that is why with Pedro, we try to make this link between what we are using in France with Vincent, developed the RGPOL software, and the COP tool. We have done this work in order, well, that's just these comments. Plenty of tool is not so good, but if the tool can communicate together, it's better.
If I may answer, just bueno, no sé si en español o en inglés.
Maybe I can go in Spanish or maybe in English.
In English, okay. So of course, the idea is not to impose any tool. The idea is to agree locally on what tool to use by all the stakeholders. That's where the value is. So if we can find a tool all the stakeholders use when they meet to manage on the emergency, I think it's vital. It's where the tool provides real value. So that's what I am saying. In order to have a tool that all the parties can agree to use, I think is important this openness. So it can interface with the system tools and platforms. That's the point.
Okay. Ramiro?
My feeling, I'm not an expert on emergencies. I'm just a professor. So, and I used to say that I believe on those who say that those who know, they do. Those who do not know, they teach. So I teach. But I think that in the emergencies, the only thing that is available to be used are the things that are used daily. So the meteorology, if the meteorology was produced only for emergencies, it would not be there the day of the emergency. The currents, the ocean currents or the waves and whatever, they must be there every day. So the tools that are used for emergencies, they must aggregate things that are used every day. and on the exceptional day, they will be there. And that's why everything must be done locally. And the tools that we use to put everything together and to give the answers that Marisa, she was asking to you to tell us what would you like to get from that daily information. Those tools, they can be shared between the countries. But everything that, all the basic work must be done locally. And must be used every day. And that is good for us, because otherwise, if we needed the prestige for doing this, the things that we are doing here, we would work only once every 30 years or so. More.
Muy bien. Bueno, pues sí.
Yes, any other comments? Well, I would like to take this additional 5 minutes to scan the QR code and proceed with the survey. So we're going to wrap up this session. Now you have 5 minutes to take some fresh air, and then we will have lunch ready in the first floor, and we come back at 2 o'clock exactly. Thank you.
Vamos a ver. Ay, ¿cómo odio esto? Son ellos los que tienen que ponerlo, ¿no? Ah, vale.
¿No está ahí? Pásame el...
¿Esto?
Sí, para pasar aquí, ¿no?
Ah, vale. Claro, claro. Estuve tan tranquila antes que ahora ni lo preparé, pero bueno,
Sí.
esto es más fácil.
¿La tienes abierta? Sí.
Ay, espera. O sea, está abierta. Casi mejor voy a cerrar todo esto. No, la tenía antes, pero... Sí, estoy bien. Ok, sí, ya está logueada.
Y la presentación...
Yo si no cogen esto me lo voy a coger.
Tenemos menos gente ahora, claro.
Bueno, sí, pero no hay mucha menos, ¿eh? Bueno, vamos a empezar ya con la sesión.
We're going to get started with the next session, the afternoon session. And during this session, we are going to present the different tools developed within the training scope. So with regards to training or the development for exercising. So the first tool we are going to show you, it is a tool in order to propose exercises. And this tool, once again, it is accessible using the website of the project. So if we go into the menu, we can access to this tool. And I must tell you that this tool, we have developed it back in the time in collaboration with TECMAC and with Orellano's Center. So we understand that the main purpose of this tool was to help organizations to get prepared with exercising, get prepared with all the different phases in an exercise: planning, design, implementation, development, and assessment. And on top of that, we also wanted to provide capabilities to standardize all the different forms and documents that was involved in the exercise, and also to reinforce the possibilities to replicate exercises. So following this purpose, we have developed this tool within the manifest framework. So this tool has initially 4 main modules. The first module, it is mainly focused to training, and in this module we can find information on what are the exercises like, what type of exercises we may find, what are the terms for those, how we schedule exercises, what type of actions we can develop starting from them. And from this module you can develop, or you can download presentations that are going to illustrate or depict all these different processes. And we can also link to relevant sources of information relevant for executing those exercises. This is the first module, the training module. The second module is a very interesting one that is in a way following the same approach, the knowledge tool that we have shown you in the morning, which is an exercising database with European international exercises that are available publicly. So currently in this database we have around 120 exercises. So this is a database that in the same way as the other database, it is being updated on an ongoing basis. And here you have an advanced searcher, so we can search by type of exercise, by organization, by country. And when we select an exercise, we get information, a description of the exercise, what kind of actions have been tested on this exercise, And also we are also able to access to relevant information provided by this exercise, whether manuals, protocols, or templates, or audiovisual materials. The next component of this tool, it is this agenda. So for those organizations that would like to use it, they can establish an agenda or a schedule and define a calendar for exercises with the different actions they want to try it out. And also they can enable a function in order to receive alerts about the dates they have set for the exercises and the typology of exercises. And the fourth item will be the tool in order to present the exercise, propose the exercise as such. So I'm going to give the floor to Rula, that has been also engaged very actively in the development of this tool with your CETMAR colleagues and the Jovellanos Center. So she's going to give you some ideas of how the tool was developed. So first of all, we have 3 ways to access this tool. One of them, it is as a user or as a guest, so we can access to it, and we just need to provide an email and we can access the tool. In that case, if you use it this way, we will not be saving the information in the database, but we could do anything we want around it and even download it in different formats. The other way is to get a registration, and by doing so, we can also save information with databases per user, and also require all the software needed in order to install it in your own server for a given organization and then use it as it corresponds. The best way to do it is to get registered, because you can always access to more updated information, and it is, a private area for the user. So once you are a registered user, you access to it, and you will find this page where you will find 3 different databases that the user or the organization can now use. So we have this set of exercises and activities. So here you can access to information about activities or exercises you have already saved and retrieve them, and the different phases of the activities of the exercise. We have a database of people engaged in the exercise, so we don't need to fill in, all the names of the organizations, on and on. And the same with the equipment. Instead of having to fill in the equipment for every exercise, we can just add on the equipment we have already entered here. So in order to create a new exercise, we are not going to show you every single step because there are so many, but we are going to show you how it is like. So first step, it is a tool that is going to guide the exercise production step by step, but we can go backwards or we can go forwards. So first it is to select the type of activity we're going to perform, whether a seminar or workshop or then an exercise. So we pick a new exercise. So the next question will be, is it going to be an on-site exercise, internal on-site exercise, or on an external site? So for every option we select, we are going to find a new documentation, prompts on screen, and fields to fill in. So if we select an outdoor, the next thing, it is the phase of the exercise for which we are going to fill in the information. So this is the theory, the 5 phases of proposal of an exercise. We can also see what we can find in the assessment phase. And here we will find the different sections we have to fill in. We have small information that is needed. You will find it highlighted. And this, if it was already filling on the analysis part, we will find all the information already populated here in the fields, but it's not the case then. The evaluation part, you will find here all the documents related to this phase that we can download, whether fact sheets or checklists, evaluation forms, and so on, or even forms for the people engaged. We can also upload files or maps or files with photographs, whatever we want to save in this exercise. In the last part in this phase, it is to produce a briefing report, so we can we can produce one based on one we have produced before, or a brand new one. And then we have to fill in with all the relevant information we deem necessary. So we have more fields to fill in and more information. And here you will find the two critical types of the two types of reports we may find. A summarized one, the what is called the hot watch, or the full exercise report. And the rest of the phases, it is more or less the same. We have the documents related to it and all the different sections you will find to fill in. So this is the tool that has been developed within the manifest framework. And now in this new phase, we have been reflecting whether this is a really ambitious tool, but maybe very complex, because it integrates so many possibilities, different types of activities, different phases, that sometimes it is not even necessary, to break it down that much. But we thought that it was really it made sense not only to improve the tool, providing new functionalities or the possibility to add more information or documents. It was also interested to develop a tool that is a simplified one that may allow in a lesser time to develop an exercise, a tool that should be focused to the preparedness phase, but that also help us to work jointly with different agencies that are working in this exercise. So for the design, and we have also worked in the consortium, so with our colleagues in CETMAR that are very used to perform exercises. So, and thanks to their support and hiring a software company, we are now working in this simplified tool that my colleague Abby is going to explain a bit more in detail. So this tool that was shown by Rula, it was a very powerful one. We realized it, and very useful, especially for people that is not so familiarized to build an exercise. It can help you because it has lots of supporting information. It can guide you how you can build up an exercise depending on what you want to test. But however, we have realized for those people that are already used to exercising in their own organization, and normally those are exercises that are very similar one to another, this tool was not so friendly because of the many information included in it or that was needed to be filled in. So we wanted to have a simplified related tool that could also, of course, feed from the main tool from the main system, but also, a simplified related tool that can allow you in a very agile way to build up an exercise. So we are based on exercises that we perform here on this region, but also in the ports or on a given industry, and also on the whole country, national ones. And more or less they have the same architecture. So in a way, this tool can help us in an agile way to fill in every single field. So from the first one, providing a context for the exercise, where the exercise is going to be developed, in which state, what are the main goals, and so on. So yeah, we can jump onto the next slide. So we can go, step by step, different phases that you need to fill in, but only, just a very few fields are mandatory to be filled in. But you could be, jumping from one to another, one section to the next. So we start with the name of the exercise, the date for it, and here below you will see a very important point, which is the share with other managers that is intended for if you click on this, you can provide access to this document to other users, such as managers in the organization. So we can, build up this exercise jointly, because there are some managers that are going to test some aspects, and maybe some others, they are going to focus on another aspects, and so on. And then we will have the location where this exercise is going to take place. And here we can add, of course, maps, pictures, so you can really upload any documents you deem necessary. And then we'll have the main goals, the specific and general goals, in a way that you can add any goals that you normally have. You can select them, and if you want, you can even add any additional one, because the idea of this tool from the beginning was we need to be able to clone exercises that you perform regularly, but in an agile way. So I'm going to have this deployment exercise, and I'm going to be based on the one I performed last year. But maybe, I just need to change the location of the actors, and I use the tool to copy-paste the previous exercise, and I just need to edit around a few fields that are going to be updated this year. And then we'll have another section, and none of them is mandatory, as I said before. So the preliminary notes, in many exercises, we believe that certain plans are already active. So I'm going to deploy these means, but I'm doing this in the context of this plan, and I believe that all the needs in terms of notifications are already covered, and so and so. Okay, I need my glasses. And then you will keep on adding all the different resources, whether human or material resources that you have already in your database, and you're going to add them, or maybe you can add new ones. Next, we have this scenario for this exercise, and of course, it could be accompanied with all the documents that you deem necessary, such as maps or graphs and so on, charts. And then you have the development of the exercise. So a timeline you have at 8 a.m., debriefing at 10 a.m., the next phase, and so on. So you keep on adding all the different milestones or the different activities in the exercise with the time for each. And then you have a next section where you have related information. For instance, we usually add to the exercises a forecast for that day, or maybe things related to safety, safety equipment that you may need, all the information that may be useful for the exercise that you can add on during the development of it. And finally, we have left this wildcard section, just in case you would like to add any additional information, for instance, about the properties of the product, whatever you think necessary. A section where you can add any information that may be useful. So having fill in all these different steps, the tool, what it's going to do is to produce this doc with all the different sections we have fill in. Those that were left alone will not be included in there. And as we usually do, we can get this doc and share it as a draft for an exercise. And this tool, it is intended to include an evaluation or assessment section for the exercise, showing you the different other sections that you have been adding in or including in these phases, and also for you to have the chance to allocate or give it a score, whether we have reached the completion or not, having the possibility to add any observation you deem necessary, your conclusions, and improvement proposals. So the idea, it is to have an assessment for the general coordinator, but then to produce documents to be sent to the team leads of the different teams involved to perform their own assessment with regards to their own teams. And then to add this assessment to be included so the general coordinator can make a joint document. So this is the main idea that in a very quick way or an agile way we have proposed, and we have based on exercises we usually do and that we have shared with you and with other partners. Garvin, thank you very much for your contribution, and I must tell you that this is still under development. We have been working in the first work group in TECMAR and CETMAR. So now we're going to work within the consortium with the rest of the partners, and we're open to any suggestion because this is still under development. So we want to find out if there are phases that are not needed anymore or phases that are not included, or any functionality that you deem interesting. So we are open to receive any suggestion from you because we want to develop something that is usable, enforceable. So even if we know that the other tool is very powerful, we need to have something that is more feasible, operational for the common exercises we perform. Well, I would like to use this space to say to because Pedro told me that you need to answer the survey he proposed before. Okay, so we jump on to the next presentation within this training module that is going to be provided by Laurent. He's going to present the serious game.
I discussed with my colleague at EMTESA to know if they want to make the presentation, but I think I will make the presentation.
Oh, yes.
And try to explain what we do in the serious game.
Okay, great.
So, as I explained this morning, in the previous manifest, we develop a typical serious game for the responder, for the person that wants to know what are the behavior of the chemical and the HNS at sea. So, my colleague make some interview, discussion with the person at SED and with the different responder, and they make typical serious game. I have an example of the serious. It's like an escape game, and you have to make a discovery game, and the objective is to discover, learning, and have aspect on theoretical courses. And there is different crisis management phases inside the game to understand the issue related to the pollution, the release pollution at sea. So it is a collaborative work that involves different reflection. And the game principle is based on puzzle game. So you have to evaluate to enigma and many tests. And the objective is to have information about the chemical behavior. So you are in the police academy, and you have to detect the different polycriminal that are the person that are involved in the pollution. So it's a linear game. The puzzle follow one other in the linear way. Each puzzle must be solved to move on the next. And the trainees are to become investigator in a team specialized in the fight against polycriminal responsible for severe crime against the sea and the ocean. So it is a fictional universe. It is an hybrid format. So you have a specific part with different questions, and you have also an application on the computer. And the different answer and validation you have on the computer unlock different aspects of the game. So you need to play the game about 3 hours. It's the best team. It's adapted for 4 players, and you need one facilitator for briefing and debriefing to explain what is the objective of the game. So there is one introduction, the briefing, and after you have two different missions. So these are the different investigation you have to do, and there is some lock on the bag, so you have to unlock this part to access to the different mission. The first mission concerns the chemical behavior. You have to identify the chemical pollutant or the chemical behavior with different challenge. Identify the four main behavior of the HNS. To rebuild this complex behavior, so you have sinking, evaporating, solubilating, and the next one, the floating. And after you have the combination of the different aspects. And after you have to anticipate the consequences of the various behavior. So at each part you have a lock, and you have to unlock by identifying the different behavior. It's a linear structure, as I explained. It's a non-competitive game. The objective is to solve the mission. And it's a balance between the playfulness and the knowledge. The second mission, it's a cold case. So the first, to identify the chemical behavior. And the second mission, it's a cold case. So you have to not identify, but you have to manage the pollution. There is two challenges. You have to build a chronology of pollution at sea, so you have to identify the consequences, but also the context of the pollution, what happens, and what are the consequences. And after, you have to identify what is the chemical involved in this accident. So the first gives you the skill about the physical, chemical aspect, and the second is more related to the impact and the consequences on the environment, and on the impact on the responders. And at the end, you have a remobilization of the knowledge, of the skill, and you have a feedback from all the mission you have realized. On the challenge ones, as I explained, you have sinker, evaporator, floater, dissolver, so you have small video explaining the different behavior of the chemical at sea. You have to identify 3 witnesses, 3 testimonies, 4 film, and with this different assumption, you have to identify the good behavior. The challenge 2 are the second and third possible behavior. So the difficulty is the reality of the behavior. And after, you have to identify with the profile of the polycriminal the different components and what are the chemical involved in the accident. It not requires as I explained this morning, but in this case, you have not be an expert in chemical. The objective is to give you the skill and the competence and the crisis management abilities. So the objective is an increase in the difficulty, and at the end, to well understanding the different aspects of the chemical release at sea. This is a completely free game, so you can download it on the GitHub platform. You have the printable document and the physical material, so you have a PPT, and also you have the digital application of the game. Maybe I can show you on my computer if you want. And you have all the documents to facilitate the possibility to play the game, so the different documents and the briefing PPT. And after, you can make the discussion, and you can have some feedback about the different aspects of the game. I think that's all for me.
Okay.
I hope for my colleague I will be okay for this presentation. Sure. Thank you, Marisa.
Okay. Bueno, pues pues muchísimas gracias y yo no sé si ahora...
Thank you very much. I don't know if, Stefan, would you like to say anything else about the international...
Any messages from that, or we move to the question?
We move to the question.
Okay. Okay. Pues bueno, tenemos tiempo para comentarios.
Okay, so we have some time for questions. Any comment, anything you would like to share? I think there is a question here, Ansho. I think we have somebody online who would like to ask something. Eric Comerma is asking to Gabi and Rula if you have considered including concepts of the ICS. I think it is about the tool that you presented. Not specifically, but the idea is that the tool is open enough to incorporate any aspect you may consider significant. We focused on the main ones to provide some guidance, but yes, it could integrate more.
Okay. But well, we have another question from Sebastian. But
so actually, it's not a question; it's just a testimony. I had the chance to play with Novelius 1.5 years ago, and it's really a nice moment. It mobilizes a lot of knowledge. Some are quite intuitive, others you really have to discover it by yourself. And when you have played this game, it's nailed in your mind. And if you are not mastering, for instance, the SEBC classification, the Standard European Behavior Classification of chemicals, is the perfect game. In 3 hours, you will have it forever. And then, if you want, for instance, to use the chemical database, in which you have also the information of the SEBC, you directly have some feeling on how to interpret the behavior during the early phase of a production. So if you have the chance to participate to a game, to a training in which Novelius is used, at the end of the day, it's really a nice moment. And I advise you to invest in this game.
Thank you, Sebastian, for the comment.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Good job.
Good job.
Okay. So, ¿algún comentario, reflexión más?
Question or comment?
No? Stefan?
Stefan, I don't know if you would like to add anything else.
No.
Thank you very much. No, I just want to underline that, in fact, at CEDR, we have a training department. On the way we have this training department, it's because, in fact, if you want to be well prepared for the response for an emergency, you need to be trained before. So that is for this reason that in this project we put a lot of emphasis of training courses, different example, exercise, how to organize or to do that. And also, thank you very much, Laurent, for also your serious game, because it's a young way of explaining to the people what means training, because the people, they want to play now. So, yes, at CEDR, we are very happy with this tool on the Mariner tools also to help the people to be prepared.
Okay, so if there are no further questions, I think we had an intense day and we can wrap it up. I would like to thank all the attendees for coming, for your comments, your contributions. Of course, I would like to thank the interpreters and our audiovisual team. And we are committed to keep working hard to developing these tools with the purpose of having useful tools that can be used. And this is an opportunity to open a dialogue with the possible final users. And, well, getting your feedback is very important for us because we can improve with that and have an impact on the society, which is the main objective of the project. And I don't know if, Stefan, would you like to add some final words as coordinator?
Yes, first of all, thank you to everybody to be there. It's very nice. Thanks a lot. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Marisa, and all your team for everything. And now we are just waiting your feedback. So if you have a lot of comments, we will be very happy to get them. So merci beaucoup. C'est un vrai plaisir d'être à Vigo.
Yes. Sorry.